that being said, all right, let's go ahead and hello, everybody. Hang on, let me make sure I got that because the audio is always messed up when I'm switching between things. But I think we're ready to go now. So, hello, everyone. I'm FAI or I, and got Val and the cozy with me again. So we just had a point that we're at it when I start this call, and I think it'll be more better for the cozy to actually give this interesting argument that was just a kind of a new point that just got added in. So why don't you go ahead and start with with that point?
Yeah, yeah. So there is it's been going on for a while now.
Mm-hmm.
There's a thing with if you have an Oculus, I forget the exact date, but at some point you are going to have to join your Oculus account with your Facebook account, and a
Mm-hmm.
lot of
Mm-hmm.
people are upset about this
Hmm.
for reasons that I find to be a mute point, because
Mm-hmm.
they're like they don't want Facebook to have their information. They have an
Mm-hmm.
Oculus, but they don't have a Facebook account. I'm like, and I
Mm-hmm.
keep reminding people, Facebook owns Oculus. They already have your information.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They're like, well, I don't have a Facebook account. I'm like, but the moment this is because here's the argument about it because they don't
Mm-hmm.
want a Facebook account. They
Yeah.
want to be forced into it. And I'm saying they
Mm-hmm.
already have your information because the moment you purchased anything off the Oculus store, you
Mm-hmm.
gave your name, you gave your
Mm-hmm.
billing address, you gave your
Yes.
age verification, and you gave your payment information.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So they already have your information. And
Yeah.
I was it was God, I was talking about it on Twitter because people were up in arms when Oculus released something about the Quest 2
Mm-hmm.
on Twitter, and so I'm like, why are you upset about that? I'm like, because that's what I
Mm-hmm.
explained to them. They already have your information. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, besides that, you can just make a Facebook account, and you don't have to put anything on it. Tie it to your Oculus, and
Mm-hmm.
things you do on the Oculus, like you can set it up to where it will post high scores for you, so your account will be
Mm-hmm.
active. Because
Yeah.
that's another a point people made that, oh, if your account's not active, then Facebook does all this weird stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and it won't work. And I'm like, well, like
Yeah.
I used to play Robo Recall, and every time I scored high, it asked me if I wanted to share it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So like you can constantly be posting on a regular basis as much as you play your Oculus and
Mm-hmm.
not have a problem. And then also
Mm-hmm.
you can also set it up to where anytime you purchase a new game
Mm-hmm.
or install a new game,
Mm-hmm.
the Oculus account will post it for you on your Facebook account. Like, hey, I
Yeah.
have this now, such and such and such. So like
Mm-hmm.
is keeping your account active. You don't
Yeah.
have to put any personal information on it. You don't have to add a Facebook
Hmm.
picture, add pictures, update your social about your life and things like that. You don't have to do that. That's a
Mm-hmm.
choice.
Yeah.
And I'm like what? And I'm like what's the big deal about
Mm-hmm.
them having your information? I'm like every gaming platform has your information.
Every platform pretty much has your information in some way, shape, or form. Heck,
Yeah,
even once you join
including
Twitch affiliate program or partner program, Twitch has your
yeah.
information. So,
Yeah, once you become affiliate, Twitch has your social
mm-hmm.
for your W4. Like
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
it's not like Facebook is over here asking for your social security number. They're
Mm-hmm.
asking for you to to join their network, which
Mm-hmm.
I I don't understand the outrage because the arguments I'm getting are unfounded. And
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
just put it this way, I've had this for about a week. I've been talking this
Mm-hmm.
Puma Red Shear on Twitter,
Mm-hmm.
and we're going back and forth. And every
Mm-hmm.
time I'm just plucking her information, just whatever he or she I don't want to
Mm-hmm.
assume pronouns that this person is telling me. Like at first it starts out when I explain the whole
Mm-hmm.
thing.
Mm-hmm.
She comes back or they come back and says people had their Facebook account suspended, put on hold for
Mm-hmm.
inactivity, and we just talked about that. The Oculus community subreddit
Mm-hmm.
has numerous examples of this. A Facebook account
Mm-hmm.
with no activity looks fraudulent, and they demand to
Mm-hmm.
see. uh, real life license and passport as a result. So
Mhm.
I just explained to her that the Oculus can be set up. That's the next thing I just said. The
Mhm.
Oculus can be set up to post things like high scoring games, purchases of new games, so your account wouldn't
Mhm.
be inactive. Then
Mhm.
I was like giving. Then I put giving a license and passport shouldn't bother anyone since they already have your information plus
Mhm.
your card and bank account number just to buy a game already.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
they followed up with Steam doesn't demand to share that I share passport ID. Epic Game doesn't on their on their Epic Marketplace. God forbid if I want control of who has copies of my secure documents. For one,
Mhm.
ID is not a secure document. Um,
Mhm. Yeah.
I didn't want to burst this person bubble on an ID is not a secure document.
Mhm.
Here's
Yeah.
the reason why. Your
Mhm.
ID is used in real world, not just official use, but you have to
Mhm.
show an ID to buy alcohol. You have to show
Mhm.
ID to buy cigarettes.
Mhm.
You have to show ID to get into certain clubs. You got to
Mhm.
show ID um, for
Mhm.
if you're at a good reputable retailer. If you're
Mhm.
still using checks, they require you to show ID. Some places should require you,
Mhm.
especially around Christmas time, this time of year, they require
Mhm.
you to show ID just to use a credit card.
Yeah.
So your ID is used in a public space.
Mhm.
A secure document would be something like your birth certificate, your social
Mhm.
security card, the things you
Mhm.
don't take out in public.
Yeah.
A government issued ID, a passport is not a secure document. I'm sorry, it's just
Mhm. Yeah.
not.
It's definitely not. I mean, you
you
can
use
definitely
it.
get ripped from that
Yeah,
anyway.
you use those, and I'm like, it be passport can be argued as a secure document because you don't really use your passport unless
Mhm.
you're going out of the country and you're handing to
Mhm.
the TSA or something like that, a government official. So
Mhm.
passport can be argued at because not many people
Mhm.
are carrying a passport around and using it as ID
Mhm.
per se, even though
Mhm.
some people do. There
Mhm.
not many of those though. But
Yeah.
as they explains that, God forbid, to control the secure documents. Then here's something that irked me. This
Mhm.
makes sense, Irving. Especially low wage earning tech support people who might just decide to do some identity fraud on the side.
Mhm.
I did it that comment just kind of bothered me. I get where this person's coming from, but I'm like, all
Mhm.
right. So
Mhm.
they identity theft, it doesn't mean they're low wage. People that commit fraud doesn't mean they make a low wage. They can actually be
Mhm.
pretty well off. They're just
Mhm.
you know scumbags. So,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
I'm like, it doesn't mean. I'm like, it could be someone high up in the company selling your information that's actually
Mhm.
getting paid very well, maybe making six figures a year, and they're doing this
Mhm.
a little side hustle, sell your information to someone else.
Mhm. Yeah.
It doesn't have to be low wage.
Mhm.
That's why the reason for this person, you still give name, address, age
Mhm.
verification plus payment info,
Mhm.
and it's like, and
Mhm.
that is what is on your ID and passport minus the payment info. So you're
Mhm.
still giving your ID.
Yes. Mhm.
It's just- and then it goes on.
Mhm.
Uh, she's now that I can say, I guess I'm starting to irk them a little bit because I'm not agreeing with them.
Mhm.
Whatever. It's a debate.
Mhm.
It's like it's
Mhm.
things like, I mean, use your logic here. Okay.
Mhm. Yeah.
I am using logic, and you seem to be missing the point.
Mhm.
If you're simply having information aggregated was just as important or valid as a physical ID, then that Oculus wouldn't require people to show them, which Oculus
Mhm.
doesn't require to show ID, by the way.
Mhm. Yeah.
I have an Oculus. I've never given them my ID. I have a
Mhm.
Facebook account. I've never given them my ID. Um,
Mhm.
and it was and they put thing as a rogue employee wanting to your ID for theft, blah 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 blah. Going
Mhm.
on the same mute point that we already disproved. Then
Mhm.
I put I am using logic. I just wanted to throw that back in their face.
Mhm.
I'm like
Mhm.
I'm like and that's what I explained. A rogue employee wouldn't need your picture or your signature to steal your ID. Most of them
Mhm.
use electronic signatures nowadays anyway, which you just type a name or type letters. It doesn't even have to be the name to be counted as a
Mhm.
signature. So they don't need your now. See, if this argument was said back in like 2000s, she would have a point. To that
Mm.
point, back in the day, we were still signing our names on everything. We didn't have
Mm.
electronic signatures. I think the
True.
IRS was just barely getting in that like mid 2000s. So
Mm.
yeah,
Mm.
nowadays electronic signature is a prominent thing, especially the way
Mm.
the world now is because of COVID-19. We can't get out there personally sign stuff, so
Mm.
electronic signature is becoming a more predominant thing now.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
so your signature doesn't matter to that point. Your
Mm.
photo on your ID.
Mm.
What? We're in the world of social media. Your photos everywhere. She's
Mm.
like, well, tell her I don't want I don't my official photo out there. I'm like, if you have a front
Mm.
facing picture,
Mm.
which
Yeah.
most selfies are, they can
Mm.
literally just clip your face out of a selfie, put it on a format that looks official, and make an
Um.
ID of you.
Yeah.
I'm like, we're
Yeah.
talking about social media here.
Mm.
So,
Yeah.
come
I
on now.
mean, anyone who pretty much has their face out there in some way, shape, or form, picture or whatever, heck, even a video clip, you could crop something out of a video clip. I'm almost
Yeah,
sure there's someone out there who could do that. But
yeah,
it's like it can be done. It doesn't matter if it's by you or not. uh,
yeah.
no.
And that's all I explained to her. I'm like, I was explaining to her, a rogue, actually put it, a rogue employee what
Mm.
doesn't need your ID. Like
Mm.
I cited
Mm.
again, you already gave your name, your billing address, your age
Mm.
verification, and your payment info.
Mm. Yeah.
I'm like, that's all they need to get money off you.
Mm. Yeah.
I'm like, that's all a fraud wants. They want the money. They want your money.
Mm. Yeah.
The whole old school credit thing is
Mm.
I didn't put this in there because obviously they're not, they're just want to prove their point. I'm kind of done with the argument at this
Mm.
point because we're way off topic here.
Yeah.
Because we were supposed to be talking about Oculus and Facebook joining accounts.
Mm. Mm. Yeah.
Now we're on fraud and identity theft.
Right. Right.
Because she's trying to make a point that this is what they're trying to make a point that this is why I don't want to make a Facebook account.
Mm.
Um, and then I was like, they don't need your physical ID. Like the physical ID thing is just extra verification. So I have run into
Mm.
things where they ask for a copy of your ID. Things
Mm.
like
Mm.
God, what is that?
Mm.
The Airbnb, they ask for ID because they
Mm.
do a background check on you.
Mm. Mm.
Facebook's not doing background checks on people.
Mm.
Airbnb is doing background checks because they're
Mm.
setting up people to live in other people's homes for a period of time. So
Mm.
obviously, individuals don't want a felon living in their
Mm.
home.
Mm.
Someone who has
Right.
misdemeanors of theft. They don't want those
Mm.
type of people living in other people's home.
Yeah.
So that's
Right.
understandable.
Right.
Um,
Right.
and like so many people have Airbnb, no one had a problem sharing their ID with them. How's
True.
that any? How is that any different from Facebook? The low
Mm.
tech support guy at Airbnb has your actual ID now. Blah 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 blah.
Mm.
The point is
Right.
there is it me? I feel like this the point that individuals making is
Mm.
they're stuck in an I want to say an old world mindset. Well, they're stuck in like a
Mm.
'90s mindset.
Right.
Like the
And hang
ID
on.
was a big deal.
Hang on one second. Because I just got banned this view bot. Got another view bot. Looks like I got a view bot who just recently followed me. So yeah, let me just ban this for this view bot
Yeah,
because yeah, I've noticed the trend with these view bots is they always have the same freaking info on their about them. Like, and I can tell that because like this person always has that viewbot thing where it says we don't know much about them, but we're sure Tragedy Viper is great. It's the same thing every single time I've seen this viewbot. So it's like, come on, seriously, do you really think I'm not smart to that trend? I noticed the trend at this point. uh,
yeah.
yeah. I mean, I'm sorry, but it's like
It's all right.
when it comes down to view bots or anything like that on Twitch, it's like, yeah, they can make hundreds of accounts every single day, but after a while, especially if you found a few of them, you tend to find them all because they always are
Yeah.
the same trend or the same thing. But anyway,
Yeah.
going back to what you were
So
talking about.
yeah, yeah. So like this thing. This is where I ended today. Literally
Mm-hmm.
right before you started your stream.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
I just happened to because I get on Twitter because I wanted to look up Twitch about TOS having recent TOS changes.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
and then it pops up in my notifications again. I'm like, really? What? I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
what argument does an individual have left? Because after I
Mm-hmm.
explained the whole thing with
Right.
physical ID and fraud not needing it, I'm like, this is a
Mm-hmm.
two-parter. First,
Mm-hmm.
it's like you assume way too much photographic evidence
Mm-hmm.
of your state license or passport will still
Right.
be used on identity theft. I,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that it's not. I'm saying that they don't need it.
Right. Right.
It's just individuals assuming that they need it for identity. They don't.
Mm-hmm. Right.
The
Right.
passport will still be used on identity theft alongside signature. Signature,
Mm-hmm.
no. Like I said,
Mm-hmm.
we're
Right.
way past the age of signing for shit. Really.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, you can buy cars completely online. You think they're gonna text
Mm-hmm.
you something? No, they're gonna make you DocuSign.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna make you DocuSign. You're gonna go to DocuSign and you're gonna use your
Mm-hmm.
electronic signature. You're not
Right.
signing for shit anymore.
Right. Right. Yeah.
Then it's like, have you ever gone through a credit freeze? Yes, I have. Have you ever tried to unlock your credit freeze? Yes, I have. Back when
Mm-hmm.
I was 21, my credit got freeze because someone bought a car in my name
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
while I was working as a car salesman, which was kind of making it even funnier. So someone bought a car name as I was working as a car salesman, um,
Mm-hmm.
and it popped up in my credit report because I tried to buy a car from where I worked,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm sitting
Yeah.
there like,
Mm-hmm.
and then I went through hell because they were like, well, this
Mm-hmm.
person, they didn't have my photo ID when they did
Mm-hmm.
it. They didn't have my photo ID. You know what they had?
Mm-hmm.
They
Mm-hmm.
had a fake ID.
Mm-hmm.
Guess
Mm-hmm.
what? Guess with what? My
What?
name,
Mm-hmm.
my address, my birth
Um.
date.
Mm-hmm.
They had an ID with my information
Yeah.
and with their picture.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, like they, oh god, it's so fucking frustrating. They
Yeah.
keep signing the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
They just
Mm-hmm.
like, I assume not. Facebook should not be. Hold on, there's a second because you had to do it in two because there's
Mm-hmm.
so much information. Bucking the industry trends such as those set up by Epic and Steam.
Mm-hmm.
At a minimum, they should be be paying a third party to do the verification.
Mm-hmm.
This, I'll just finish today. With oversight from the government, Zuckerberg paraphrased, people
Mm-hmm.
would be idiots to trust Facebook with their sensitive data. They're right. They're
Mm-hmm.
right.
Mm-hmm.
Sensitive data, you shouldn't be trusting any social media platform with
Mm-hmm.
sensitive data. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you
Yeah.
shouldn't be trusting them with something like your bank account information, uh,
Mm-hmm. Right.
your social security number, things like that, things that they
Mm-hmm.
don't ask for. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
and then after all that, let me just go back in there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So yeah, I've unlocked the credit free. As I explained that whole thing, it took
Mm-hmm.
a year and a half, 2 years to get it unlocked. It
Mm-hmm.
it wasn't smooth. It was bureaucratic nonsense. I had to
Mm-hmm.
constantly prove that it wasn't me,
Mm-hmm.
and things like
Right.
that. So yeah, it was a constant pain in the ass. But once again, I'll repeat this: they didn't
Mm-hmm.
have my picture. They
Mm-hmm.
didn't have my signature. They made a fake ID with
Mm-hmm.
their own signature,
Mm-hmm.
with my name, address, and birthday.
Yeah. Yeah. And
and and
it's
they took
mm-hmm.
here's the crazy thing. They took that fake ID, they
Mm-hmm.
went to a social security office,
Mm-hmm.
and they showed an ID. They said they lost my social security card,
Mm-hmm.
and so they gave them a paper with my social security number on it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I looked at the ID, that ID looked real. So to
Mm-hmm.
them, they're like, okay, they look at the ID, and you're
Mm-hmm.
explaining what happened. I was like, okay, we'll send it to your address. We'll send you
Mm-hmm.
a new card to your address, and
Mm-hmm.
they must say, yeah, and for I'm trying to buy a car. Oh, we'll give you a paper from us saying like, yeah, this
Mm-hmm.
is your social security number. So they
Mm-hmm.
took that back to the dealership and they bought a car with it in my
Mm-hmm.
name.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Eh, once again, I'll say this once again. Never had my signature, never had my ID, never had my
Mm-hmm.
photo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
So it just it's crazy. And then they're talking about credit freeze, not credit freeze. Facebook should not be bucking industry trends such as set by Epic and Steam.
mm.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
um, here's what Facebook's doing.
Mm-hmm.
This individual's missing the point. Facebook is trying to boost their numbers. They know they
Mm-hmm.
have ample amount of Oculus people that use the Oculus that
Yes.
don't have Facebook accounts.
Yes.
Facebook doesn't give a shit what you're going to be posting on Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
All they want
Yeah.
is to boost their numbers to look good to their shareholders. So they get all
Right.
those individuals who are using an Oculus to
Hmm.
make and connect Facebook accounts to their Oculus, and then their
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
numbers skyrocket.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah.
all they care
Yeah. Yeah.
about. And once they do that, and they talk about bucking industry trends, I'm like, what is this individual talking about? It's
Uh-huh.
not the same industry. The
Mm-hmm.
Oculus, yeah, Oculus is part of the gaming industry and the gaming platform thing, but Facebook
Mm-hmm.
isn't.
Yeah.
So they're combining the two.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Um, because going to the because she's still, I think she's still arguing the ID thing. I
Mm-hmm.
don't think she realized you don't need
Mm-hmm.
a give your ID.
Right.
And
Right.
and
Right.
to literally prove this, right before your stream, I literally made a new Facebook account with
Mm-hmm.
a new Gmail, a brand new
Mm-hmm.
Gmail that doesn't have any of my information on it. I
Mm-hmm.
set up the account. It took literally 3 minutes
Mm-hmm.
and a few seconds. They never asked for any form of ID.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Never.
Right.
At no point in the industry. At some point, all they did was verify my email. They sent
Mm-hmm.
me a number to the email address. I had to put
Mm-hmm.
that that code from the email
Mm-hmm.
into Facebook, and voila, there's my
Mm-hmm.
account. Oh, then they're just like the normal setup. Hey, do you want to put any pictures out? Do you want to make a post? Do you have a Facebook
Mm-hmm.
account? Do you know profile
Mm-hmm.
picture, banner? The
Yeah.
account is there now.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
never asked for ID. And once I did that, because I think it sounded weird that they would ask for ID. I'm like, I never said I've had Facebook accounts since like the beginning of Facebook.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Never have they ever asked for ID at any point.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I've been a Facebook member since 2000, I think 2008.
Mm-hmm.
I
Mm-hmm.
can't remember exactly. I think
Right.
2008. I've been a Facebook member. Never gave them ID at any point. So I'm like, this sounds kind of weird. So I went and tested
Mm-hmm.
it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Complete bullshit.
Right.
And
Right.
then yeah, then my final comment to this, and I'm like, yes, I have actually answered the question going through credit freeze and all that. And then I
Mm-hmm.
was like, and they didn't do it with my pick and signature.
Mm-hmm.
Since it's a Twitter post, I didn't go into details, so I don't feel
Mm-hmm.
like typing like 10 Twitter posts.
Yeah. Yeah.
It-
Yeah. I
and
get
then I
that.
put, and then at this point, like either way, we got off topic. This is supposed to be about Oculus and Facebook accounts joining. And
Right.
then I put,
Right.
I just set up a Facebook account. They didn't ask for ID, so your issue doesn't translate. Thank you and bye. I hope this is the
Mm-hmm.
end of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I mean, it's definitely like it's an interesting topic because obviously, no matter what happens, I mean, let's put it this way. Oculus and Facebook, I mean, they're probably going to be in it for the long run. And at the end of the day, if that merger does combine into something more and you have to merge your account, then, what's the difference at this point? It's the same with like Monster Cat and Twitch. I mean, okay, obviously that
Yeah.
may have not gone so well right now, but, Monster Cat and Twitch may have something else on their sleeve that they're trying to work out for the future of of their whatever they're doing business wise.
Mhm.
So yeah, but anyway, I mean, let's go ahead and move on to the new topic, which I know our next point, which was supposed to be the first point, which was the new Twitch TOS, which I think a lot of people have gotten heated argument about it on Twitter, which is like the use of certain words, and you probably have seen that Twitter trend somewhere running around. You know what I mean? if you know which
Mhm.
one I'm talking about, with the new Twitch rules and stuff, and Twitch kind of changing the whole TOS about like certain words and stuff being used, which at least to me, it's like, what's the I guess the question is, what is the argument here? Why is there such a heated boost about these so-called things that are going on with the
Oh,
Twitch TOS?
yeah, the whole simp thing.
Yeah, yeah,
You're
yeah.
not allowed to say simp anymore. I'm like, what?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm really not sure. It's just like, really, I mean, I'm not sure anymore.
Did Twitch suddenly turn into boomers? I feel like they
I'm
suddenly
not
turned into
sure.
boomers with it.
I'm not
Simp is
sure. You
simp is
know?
a slang. Like we all know what simp is. Like you're simping on
Mhm.
simping for somebody.
Mhm.
Basically the word simp is like a shorthand of simpleton. So,
Mhm. Mhm.
so when you're a simpleton for someone, you would do anything for them no matter what they ask.
Mhm. Mhm.
So
Yeah.
it became a shorthand simp.
Mhm. Yeah.
so so you're an Uber fanboy or girl for
Mhm.
an individual. You're a simp.
Mhm.
It can be said derogatorily or it can be
Mhm.
said as a term of endearment, depending on who is coming from in the context.
Mhm.
um,
Mhm.
when
Yeah.
when Sweet Anita calls
Mhm.
her male fans that are like,
Mhm.
DMing her, trying to get her to stand up, clip her
Mhm.
booty and things like that. She calls them simps, and she's
Mhm.
rightfully should be allowed to do so, and they
Mhm.
love it.
Mhm.
They're not
Right.
offended at all. They're like, yes, we're the
Mhm.
simp, we're the simp army type
Mhm.
thing.
Yeah.
And so, uh, yeah,
Yeah.
I don't mind that one. Incel is fine. Virgin, if there's nothing
Mhm.
derogatory about virgin. You're a virgin
Mhm.
and you're a virgin. Haven't
Mhm.
had intercourse with someone before. It's what it means. It's like the it's not slang.
Mhm.
The word virgin's been around since what? Beginning of human language?
I would say so at this point.
How far back it goes before
Mhm.
Jesus?
Mhm. I'm not even sure. It's just like, I'm not even sure what Twitch is trying to enforce here, because it's like, I don't know what's going on with the TOS. Like, who's controlling? I guess, like, who's really running the train at this point is the question, in my opinion. Because, like, in my opinion, it's like, yeah, I get it, but at the same time, I think at the same time, if you're unhappy with Twitch, then why haven't you looked into other platforms or changing up where you're going? Because Twitch isn't really the only place that you could be in. I mean, you could obviously be in YouTube if you wanted to. You could be in, what is it? What is that new? There's a few other sites that I could think of, but I can't think of them off the top of my
I mean,
head.
yeah, YouTube, Facebook gaming.
Facebook gaming,
You
yeah.
got
Mhm.
however you pronounce that. You
Mhm.
got there's a lot of other streaming
Mhm.
options out there. And you got a couple.
Mhm.
Badu, the Chinese one. I'm like, if you want to go
Mhm.
that route,
Mhm.
um, Badu's like the Chinese YouTube,
Mhm.
and there's
Yeah.
another one that's like the Chinese Twitch. I forget the name of
Uh.
that one. But like, yeah, there's
Yeah.
options. There's
Yeah.
options out.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Mhm.
It's fuck it. I'm just going to talk about it because Twitch is not the only one doing this right now.
Mhm. Mhm.
Doing things like this.
Mhm.
Individuals on Pornhub are going through the same thing. I know the reason I bring this. I have a friend
Mhm.
who makes videos for adult visual novels.
Mhm.
So he makes videos, he posts them on Pornhub because of the
Mhm.
pornographic nature. So
Mhm.
a lot of his videos, he had half literally in the past week. He was explaining to me, he just had half of his videos deleted. This dude has
Mhm.
uploaded over 2,100 videos
Mhm.
of different games. Doing a
Mhm.
lot of promotion for all these games,
Mhm.
and they deleted half his videos
Mhm.
and they didn't give him a reason because like, oh, if it
Mhm.
changed in the term of service, we're reviewing all the videos, and
Mhm.
then while we're doing the review process, they're flat out
Mhm.
deleting the videos off the site before the review
Mhm.
process is done. It's like, oh,
Mhm.
if they pass review, we'll put them back on, but they're not. They're
Mhm.
like they're sending him an email like, hey, yeah, this video passed review, you can
Mhm.
repost it. It's like
Mhm.
what? nigga, that's so old. He's like, he doesn't have it anymore. So it's
Mhm.
just like he's
Yeah.
frustrated. I get it. Like I don't
Mhm.
know what's going on. As it seems like in the past month and a half,
Mhm. Yeah.
platforms have
Mhm.
suddenly just went super. I can't even call it political correctness because it's going beyond that
Mhm.
now. Now it's going
Mhm.
beyond that. They're just taking the word of the individuals complaining,
Mhm.
which is the only ones who are saying anything because the rest of us are
Mhm.
content. We don't mind
Mhm.
this language. You don't mind these words being used,
Mhm. Yeah.
um, and we're okay with it. So
Mhm.
these individuals, my favorite streamer called me a simp
Mhm.
because you probably were simping on him.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
like, okay, this
Mhm.
streamer called me a virgin.
Mhm.
Are you a virgin? If you're not, here's a funny thing about the word virgin.
Mhm.
The only
Mhm.
people that are bother about it,
Mhm.
are the ones that feel ashamed that they're
Mhm.
virgins. There's nothing to be ashamed about if you're a virgin.
Mhm.
You haven't
Mhm.
had sex, so what?
Mhm.
Who cares?
Mhm.
But how's that make you any less of a person than me? Just because I'm an
Mhm.
individual who's not a virgin doesn't make me above you all of a sudden.
Mhm. Mhm.
you know,
Yeah.
I'm like there's individuals who are virgins by choice because they'd rather wait till they get married because that's their
Mhm.
belief system.
Mhm.
There's nothing
Mhm.
wrong with being a virgin. If you feel ashamed
Mhm.
about being that way, um,
Mhm.
don't. I know it's hard to do, but don't force your insecurities onto another
Mhm.
individual
Mhm. Mhm.
because they're just poking fun. They don't know if you're actually a virgin or not. You think a streamer
Mhm.
knows your life that if you're a virgin if you slept with anyone?
Mhm.
And it's the funny one. The funny thing about it, the people who get called a virgin who aren't virgins, they just laugh at it. They
Mhm.
laugh it off because they know the truth. So it's like,
Mhm.
okay, whatever,
Mhm.
cool.
Mhm.
You think that?
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah.
I think it's just a young mindset. You kind of have to remember that you're dealing
Mhm.
with teenagers on this platform because
Mhm.
it's 13 and up. Even
Yeah.
preteens, you got preteens on the platform too. They're not supposed to
Mhm.
be, but we all know they're there. Um,
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah.
so I guess the atmosphere, but we can't. Twitch cannot take it in their hands to protect younger individuals from this type of language. Because what happens?
Mhm.
You protect them for it, and then they go out in the real world. They're going to hear it anyway. You're
Mhm.
not protecting
Mhm.
them from anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, to some people, like, oh, they're protecting themselves from lawsuit. What lawsuit?
Mhm.
What
Mhm.
lawsuit would they face for this?
Mhm. Mhm.
I'm being berated on your platform. Okay,
Mhm.
I
Mhm.
I don't want to hear this language. Then don't watch.
Mhm. Yeah.
No one's forcing you to be here. It's not mandatory
Mhm.
to watch Twitch every day.
Mhm. Yeah. Well,
I
I
I
mean, I think it's just like with the draw of the internet at this point, in my personal opinion, it's just a matter of the fact that, people are looking for something to entertain them, and if they don't find like someone like, for instance, Dr. Lupo, who pretty much coddles whoever watches him, if they're young or if there's someone who is, around his age level, he kind of keeps it to where it is technically family friendly, and
yeah.
he doesn't have like the 18 plus barrier out there for that very reason, because he rarely plays anything that's 18 plus or
Mhm.
18 and above, to some degree, or
Here you
even
go.
17 and above.
Yeah. Perfect. See, here's the perfect. This is great. I just
Mhm.
thought of this. Like,
Mhm.
instead
Mhm.
of doing things like this and making a mass ban for using the word simp and virgin on the stream, how about
Mhm.
you highlight the family friendly stream? For
Mhm.
like you said,
Mhm.
with Dr. Lupo, then you got
Mhm.
people like Fire Dragons, a family friendly
Mhm.
stream.
Mhm.
All these individuals are putting on the front page that Twitch said you have to be family friendly. You cannot be using profanity when you're on the front page.
Mhm.
Um,
Mhm.
so like there's plenty of family friendly streams. Add that
Mhm.
add that to the front page. It's like just put a
Mhm.
little thing in there, like right up, like you have the front
Mhm.
page, then you have the say a section right below that saying family friendly streams.
Yes. Yes.
And then you can list your top streamers, whoever you want to promote, whatever the case may be, and then have
Mhm.
that as a category you can click on.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah.
and then have a process to where you vet these streams, and then us as streamers we can apply for the family friendly mark.
Yeah.
Okay, you can make a process to where these street you gotta submit however many VODs to be reviewed to see if you're actually
Mm-hmm.
family friendly. If you're using offensive language, are you
Mm-hmm.
doing offensive gestures and things like
Mm-hmm.
that? Because you
Mm-hmm.
got you got individuals like Sweet Anita. She has Tourette. She can't control what's coming out of her mouth. She
Mm-hmm.
constantly says simp and virgin. I never heard her say incel, but she constantly says simp and virgin. Her
Mm-hmm.
Tourette's like constantly uses that
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
verbiage.
Yeah.
To me, it's funny. I think it's hilarious. I love
Mm-hmm.
watching her stream.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't. That's crazy to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I
That-
mean, that's something that Twitch could look into is just try to promote the people who are technically family friendly because yeah, I mean, okay, sometimes Dr. Lupo isn't family friendly and I get that, but then there are plenty of other people who are super family friendly and then when they do have a change, for instance, like someone I watch who you may have heard him because he was a big Minecraft YouTuber for quite some time, I Ballistic Squid. He's super
Mhm.
family friendly. I almost never have ever seen him go off on the rock, unless, of course, he somehow turns on dark mode, which is a little setup that he has on his stream when whenever he does a game where he knows it's going to be a little more, outside the family friendly realm. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah, but I'm
It,
not
it's it's
sure.
it's kind of funny because I can see that. I can see where some people are already going with this. They're going to be like, "Well, what if their First Amendment, our freedom of speech, is being infringed upon? You are on a private platform in a private company. I'm
Mm-hmm.
sorry, your
Mm-hmm.
freedom of speech does not apply here because they're not the government.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You are using their platform by choice.
Yeah, and Scarlet
Same
Derby,
thing with
thank you for the raid. How are you doing? I hope you were doing well. I know I was lurking on your stream earlier. You were doing some art, so how did that go? But yeah.
it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I like the insult thing. I don't mind that. Just a
Mm-hmm.
straight insult. It's not a term of endearment.
Mm-hmm.
You can't argue incel. I mean,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
instead of incel, use something like man baby.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's- uh,
Yeah.
I was like, I understand, but the simp and the virgin thing, I'm like, come on now.
Mm, yeah.
The simp is actually turning into a meme. It's a meme
Mm,
at this point.
yeah. Yeah,
Like
I
nuts
mean,
tackle on Facebook.
I mean,
He
it's
has
almost as much of a meme as probably putting TTV on your username because, like, I get it. People put TTV
right,
as a way to say they're a Twitch streamer, but at the same time, you gotta realize that a lot of bigger people who are, way up there in the echelon right now see the TTV and they're like probably thinking, how can I meme this name? Because, it's a meme now at this point.
yeah.
Uh,
And it's funny. I don't have TTV in any of my names, and I see it like the guy Emberzo, great guy.
mm,
He love him. He's an awesome streamer. Um,
yeah.
like I met him in Rocket Arena, and
Mm-hmm.
come to find out, like I go to a stream after we just had this epic freaking match. It's actually the last YouTube video I just posted a couple or yesterday or the day before yesterday
Mm-hmm.
of me and
Yeah.
him going at it, and I end up winning the match 19-18 at the very end. It went into overtime. I didn't even realize there was
Uh-huh.
overtime in Rocket Arena until I went back and watched the footage. I'm like, we
mm,
went into overtime. I literally
mm,
tied it with like 2 seconds left. We went into
mm,
overtime, and then me and my squad picked up the last sudden death kill for the win. So I
mm,
immediately went to the street because he was a good player.
mm,
And
mm,
I saw the TT on the name. I'm like, I'm like, compliment. I didn't go in there to streets. I compliment. Like, dude, that was an epic match. I just faced
mm,
you. It was awesome. Like he
mm,
was tearing me up in the beginning of that match. Like he
mm,
was ripping me apart in the beginning of the match until I actually buckled down.
yeah,
And
yeah.
and then talking to him on a stream, I found out he also plays Split Gate. I'm like, what?
Mm,
I love that game.
yeah.
I made a new friendship that way. So like,
Mm.
yeah, he's a great streamer, and I think I just lost my point. There was a
Mm.
point to this.
uh,
My bad.
uh,
I didn't take my alpha brain today. Hold on.
yeah, yeah.
But like I say, he was a great streamer. Oh, then we're talking about the TTV tag because he had it.
Mm, yeah, yeah.
So like he had the TTV tag, and it was kind of funny, and like it's a way to promote your stream. It actually worked in
Mm,
this case. I don't know how often it does work, but every little bit
mm,
helps, right? So
yeah.
even if it's a meme, I'm like, if you're a streamer starting off, I would still recommend it. I mean,
Mm.
it got me to his stream. I'd never seen his stream before in my life.
Yeah. I mean, I get that. I mean, a lot of times for me, I know at least it's on my Blizzard one because I know I put ITTV, and a lot of times I put that because I could not put FAI for any reason, because for some reason a lot of usernames do not like the underscore for one reason or another,
Yeah,
and it's like, really. So I just put ITTV, and even though it doesn't really have, it's like, if you figure it out, you can figure it out. You'll probably find it if you search a little bit. But, a lot of times, it's just because I'm just like, okay, I'm just going to see if I can meme
yeah.
someone out on it just because,
Yeah, your stream still shows up without the underscore. So if I just go
Mm
and type in FAI
hmm.
without the underscore,
Mm
your channel still pops up. Because I
hmm.
run the
Yeah.
same thing. As I run underscore in my name,
Mm
and
hmm.
and sometimes I have to you. I'll try it with the underscore. If it doesn't take the underscore, I'll try it with a space. If they don't take the space, and I just smash it together and call it
Mm
a day.
hmm. Yeah. But,
But coming to find out, like I
mm
was on Facebook the other day,
hmm.
and like I was wondering why I couldn't because I have the game
Mm
platform of Cozy, but having problems to have myself as an individual because Facebook gives you the options for your channel and
hmm.
then for your username in the channel. So
Mm
I couldn't get Cozy. Go back and look.
hmm.
Dude
Right.
already has my name.
Mm yeah, yeah. Mm
And come to find out, he he's a lurker on my stream. I was like, holy shit!
mm.
I,
Yeah.
I guess the ultimate for the flattery is imitation, right?
Mm yeah.
So he had a couple of my clips posted on his Facebook. I thought that was cool as shit. And then
Mm
he found my gaming Facebook page and he liked that and joined that. So that was really cool.
mm.
But
Yeah.
apparently I got a lot of fans in South Africa. It's weird.
Mm yeah. Yeah.
just because of my name. But
uh
it's
mm
I don't I don't know, man. I don't know how I feel about this TOS thing.
yeah. Yeah.
I understand where they're coming from,
Mm
but at the same time, I feel it's a little too far. I think they could have took other measures like family friendly and things like
mm
that because
mm
those of us who are fine with it and don't have a problem with it, we're not sending them emails telling them like, "Hey,
mm
we're okay with it. This doesn't bother us," because we don't feel the need to because it doesn't bother us. The only
mm
people that Twitch is going to hear from, or any company for that matter, is
mm
the ones that have problems. So
mm
to Twitch, it gets to a point to where you're at some point you're going to look at it as a problem because you're not
mm
hearing the other side because the other
mm
side doesn't seem to know there's a problem.
mm yeah.
So all you're hearing is just I feel a certain way about these words and they bother me
Mm
and blah 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 blah
mm
blah blah.
yeah.
And I'm I'm sorry, but even
Mm
with incel, simp, incel, and what was the other one? Virgin.
mm
I
mm
don't agree with what they call
mm
that identity politics, but you don't
mm
even have an identity for identity politics.
mm yeah.
So
Yeah.
I don't agree with identity politics at
Mm
all. But
yeah.
there is no group,
Mm
be it
Hey,
racial,
Nicozy,
religious.
I'm gonna let you continue with this. I'm just going to take a quick little BRB break because I
Yeah,
have to take a quick little break right now. But I'm gonna leave this running so you can continue your point, and I'll be back in just a sec or two.
yeah, no problem, no problem.
Uh,
So like I was saying, like there's no group, there's no racial group that acts feels simp, incel, and virgin are a racial slur. There's no religious groups. There's no ethnic groups. There, you know what I mean? I'm like the word, like we already said, the word virgin in itself is just it's been around since the beginning of time. for it is the literal word for an individual who hasn't had sexual intercourse. That's it. That's what the word means. Um, if you feel a certain kind of way about that, I mean, do something about it. I don't know what else. I don't know what else to tell you. Like, you should be you shouldn't feel insecure about being a virgin. You should. It's a virtuous thing. It's a virtuous thing. You haven't succumbed to the temptation of flesh. Some people, like some people are virgins by choice. Others not so much. But there are ways. It's just getting out there, talk to people. Usually individuals who are virgins for a long time are just introverted. There's nothing wrong with being introverted either. Talk to people. You don't have to go out in a big group. Talk to people you're comfortable with. Let that grow. Let that grow in a relationship. Use your network to meet new people and talk to those people. Get comfortable with them. And the trust me, the sex thing happens. It just happens. Just conversating with people. That may not even been your intent at the start of whatever the relationship. It just kind of happened that way. Like, you either roll with it or not. I mean, that's how it happened for me. I'm not. I'm a. Oh my God, I was very, very shy when I was younger. I always say I wasn't. I was. I was fooling myself. I was a very shy individual when I was young. I didn't talk much. I was introverted. I had a huge. It's weird because I had a lot of friends, but I don't know. I actually don't know how that part happened because I was pretty much friends with everybody, every group, like preps, jocks, nerds, geeks, everyone across the board, the drama people. I was in band myself, so like I had friends in every group of people, and maybe I think maybe it was just because of the people I grew up with in my neighborhood. But I don't know, man. I don't know. It's give me a sec. I'm typing something right now. Apparently, I can't type and speak at the same time, but it's it's
Mhm.
it's it's, it's crazy. There's things
Mhm.
to do to get around it. Don't be insecure about being a virgin.
Mhm.
Being a simp. I mean, we talk about being a simp.
Mhm.
I mean, it's a shorthand for simpleton. When you're simpleton for somebody,
Mhm.
that means you you're blind to
Mhm.
whatever detrimental effects they have on you. You're blind
Mhm.
to if they even really like you or not, or if they're just using you. You're
Mhm.
you're a simpleton to
Mhm.
to the relationship, and you get used. That's why you get called a simp.
Mhm.
Basically, basically the best way to describe it for Twitter,
Mhm.
Twitch, just throwing money at the hot chicks you see on the screen because you think they're hot.
Mhm.
That's
Yeah.
simping.
Mhm. All right.
If you
Well.
do that, you're a simp.
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay, maybe I should stop saying that
um.
because Kid West
Yeah.
mistakenly
Anyway.
made.
Anyway, I think let's just move on to the next point, which was Twitter. Is it really a good place for complaints about what is affecting you as a content creator, like a Twitch content creator or even a YouTube content creator or not? Because I know a lot of people, they tend to voice a lot of their complaints on Twitter. Heck, even I do it sometimes. But is that really the most effective place for you to pretty much get your voice out there? Because let's face it, sometimes, and this is a lot of times when you got a big following on some Twitter account, it's not always going to be seen via Twitter. Sometimes you have to throw it into the actual, the
Mm,
actual like support panel or contact this
yeah,
person because, that's like sometimes
it
the better way to get your voice out there.
on on certain aspects, unfortunately, it is
Mhm.
probably the best. So if you already did the official challenge,
Mhm.
feedback and whatever forums and everything like that to the
Mhm.
specific platform, whoever you're trying to contact,
Mhm.
and you feel nothing's being done or ignoring the issue, Twitter is
Mhm.
probably one of the better social media in general, but Twitter is
Mhm.
probably one of the best places because it's the place where you're going to get like-minded individuals to go
Mhm.
along with your cause. So now it's just not you voicing, it's you, the group.
Mhm. Mhm.
Thousands upon thousands of people. If you get enough traction, you
Mhm.
get media attention. So we're in the gaming space. So
Mhm.
you're going to get game journalists saying what's trending on Twitter.
Mhm.
It's their daily job. I'm pretty sure they probably check it like every hour on the hour for
Mhm.
new stories and things like that. So
Mhm.
things start popping up like that. You get a big enough following, it's going
Mhm.
to spike on trending.
Yeah. Yeah.
So then you get the media picking up. So now you get the media, if
Mhm.
the journalist agrees with your viewpoint, you got a media personnel smashing the platform
Mhm.
in a very public way, and not just on
Mhm.
Twitter. Now you're out in the media space where a whole
Mhm.
your audience blows up at that point.
Mhm. Yeah.
This is exactly how cancel culture works.
Mhm.
The
Mhm.
mob mentality.
Mhm.
F cancel
Yeah.
culture. I hate cancel culture
Mhm.
because
Mhm.
people's lives got ruined in this
Mhm.
very way, and then it comes out to find out whatever they were being accused of wasn't even true, but the
Mhm.
damage is already done and it can't be repaired.
Mhm.
I've seen it time and time again. Don't get me wrong,
Mhm.
individuals that deserved it got it, but
Mhm.
there's way too much collateral damage and and
Mhm.
and the mob mentality, and people's lives are ruined,
Mhm.
continue to be ruined. There's individuals you can't
Mhm.
even get work because of
Mhm.
false accusations that everyone was like, you have to believe the said victim. I'm like, no,
Mhm.
you listen to the story, and then you
Mhm.
investigate.
Mhm. Yeah.
This is same thing with this. If someone's saying something about a platform, then yes,
Mhm.
listen to their story, then investigate. See what
Mhm.
they're saying is even true. Like
Mhm. Yeah.
we just kind of went over this with the whole Oculus
Yeah.
Facebook thing. The individual
Mhm.
saying that they asked for ID and all that. I found
Mhm.
out it's not even true.
Mhm.
It's not even
Yeah.
true. I made an account. They didn't ask for ID. It's not true.
Mhm. Yeah.
so
So.
uh, so listen but
Mhm.
investigate, and unfortunately it's a great way to get the word out there, but please
Mhm.
first go through official channels. Don't turn to
Mhm.
Twitter until
Mhm.
your issue isn't being addressed, and I say
Mhm.
addressed, not I'm not saying that your issue is getting fixed. At least wait for it to be addressed, that they took
Mhm.
time to look into it, because
Mhm.
for whatever reason, whatever, depending on your issue, it may not be a feasible thing to do.
Mhm.
It
Mhm.
may not be cost effective. You got to remember, these
Mhm.
platforms are businesses. They have to
Mhm.
make money. They have shareholders. They have
Mhm.
boards that are over them that they have to
Mhm.
appease.
Mhm.
I'm like, you got to get a world view with these things. I mean,
Mhm.
it's great to focus on yourself, but
Mhm.
you got to be
Yeah.
sensible about what's going on as a
Mhm.
whole. You may not
Yeah.
even like it.
Mhm.
Some of the time, you're not going to like it. Um,
Mhm. Yeah.
At that point, great. If you feel like if it's serious enough issue that needs to be handled, yeah, take to Twitter more about it.
Mhm. Yeah.
That's your right as an
Mhm.
American or someone
Mhm.
that has freedom of speech.
Mhm.
That's your right.
Mhm.
But be prepared. Be
Mhm.
prepared for the backlash that's going to
Mhm.
come with it.
Mhm. Yeah.
Freedom is not free, people. There's always a cost you're going to have to pay.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah.
But yeah, man, it's Twitter.
Mhm.
Ah.
Yeah.
Great idea, but you got to watch out for trolls on there too, because
Mhm.
there's trolls on there that will say something and
Mhm.
someone will agree with it. It is a complete joke, and then
Mhm.
next thing you know, this troll got something trending that wasn't supposed to trend. It was only a joke, and people are taking it seriously. It's just like, holy crap, it
Mhm.
was a joke. It was
Mhm.
a joke.
Yeah. Yeah. I get that. Anyway, I mean, I think, it makes sense. And I think at the end of the day, at least start with the official contact us, see if they respond. If they don't respond, or if they don't give you a reason to do something that might be having to maybe go further along, then, just go further along with it if you feel like the issue is necessarily needed to be addressed. Because, like, how many, and going back to like some of the DMCA stuff and whatnot, it's like how many people have actually went out of their way to go, okay, we're going to contact Twitch first, and then we're going to wait a little bit of time before maybe going forward with, you know, going forward with the whatever we want to voice on Twitter. You know what I mean? And you
Mhm.
know, it's like when the whole DMCA thing came out. I mean, yeah, okay, I can understand that, you know, at least maybe it was probably better for you to try and get your voice or whatever out there, but at the same time, you know, it's like how many of you actually went through like the whole, oh, we're going to contact Twitter support or whatever first, and then, you know, actually actually then end up, and maybe after a few days or something, going into whatever the next step would be, which is, you know, basically Twitter itself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because
Yes.
that went like wildfire as the moment like the whole DMCA thing started. You know, so
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, I just wonder,
The D,
you know.
the DMCA makes me laugh, man.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Twitch warned us it was coming 2 years
Mm-hmm.
before the crackdown. Two
Mm-hmm.
years. They gave
Mm-hmm.
you over 700 days to get your shit in order,
Mm-hmm.
and you
Yeah.
couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh. And
Yeah. Yeah.
you can only fault yourself if you have DMCA issues with your channel. You can only fault yourself because that was trending.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like I feel like at least 4 times before this actually came up,
Mm-hmm.
before
Mm-hmm.
the actual video takedowns or
Mm-hmm.
whatever they're doing with DMCA actually
Mm-hmm.
started. They gave
Yeah.
us plenty of fucking time. I
Mm-hmm.
remember if you went to TwitchCon in 2017, they had a whole booth that was talking about it,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
let you know it's coming and things you could
Mm-hmm.
do. And they were making recommendations for pretzel and things like that, things you can do to
Mm-hmm.
help with music or stream to avoid the
Mm-hmm.
issues and things like
Mm-hmm.
that. And I believe they had a stage talking about it too. So like, come
Mm-hmm.
on, guys.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so I mean, you probably have seen it around, and it's getting a ton of trend of hype. But I mean, what a lot of people are calling Left 4 Dead 3 or Back for Blood. Thoughts or anything like that? I mean, seriously, it is getting a ton of trend right now, and it has me worried.
Totally.
It has me worried that when it comes out, there's going to be a lot of pressure that gamers aren't going to be pleased. You know what I mean?
This game is totally Left for Dead 3. It's the same.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same developer.
Same developer,
Um,
yeah, yeah.
the difference between Back for Blood and Left for Dead, though, Back for
Mm-hmm.
Blood is not just zombies,
Mm-hmm.
and they're, well, I guess it is just zombies. It's just mutated forms of zombies.
Mm-hmm.
And unlike
Mm-hmm.
Left for Dead, where they don't get that big. Even their berserkers are a little bit bigger, but they're not huge. And
Mm-hmm.
Back for Blood, these
Mm-hmm.
things are massive,
Mm-hmm.
absolutely massive, like taller than 18 wheelers. They're like these big guys are like freaking 12, 15 feet high.
Mm-hmm.
It makes for great, exciting, and fear-inducing gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
but it has it has a lot of the similarities with Left for Dead and everything,
Mm-hmm.
with game mechanics and things like that. I haven't played it, so I don't
Mm-hmm.
know how the gunplay compares with Left for Dead. I don't know if it's any different, or if it
Mm-hmm.
feels exactly the same. I'm not sure. I imagine it feels the same.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it's some
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if
Mm-hmm.
this could have been just called Left. No, because I think the story's a little different. So
Mm-hmm.
I guess it needed a new title, but it's
Mm-hmm.
literally could be Left for Dead 3.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
eh, I'm worried about the game too because these
Mm-hmm.
types of games they get boring quickly
Mm-hmm.
because the repetitiveness of them.
Mm-hmm.
Um, even though the
Mm-hmm.
Back for Blood has their intricate level designs are way
Mm-hmm.
better than Left for Dead. Left for Dead
Mm-hmm.
was kind of a loop. You run a loop,
Mm-hmm.
There's certain areas, and
Mm-hmm.
that's it. These like you're transitioning section to section in Back for Blood. You're not staying in the same area. It's like you get through this area, then you have like you
Mm-hmm.
have to get to a certain point that starts a whole new area. So you're not just
Yes.
looping over and over again.
Yes.
So that's really cool about it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm still afraid it can get boring. Kind of like,
Mm-hmm.
God, what was that other zombie shooter that was hot for a hot minute
World War Z.
back in the summer?
World War Z.
Yeah, World War Z. People loved it. I feel like this is getting the same feel as World War Z did. I loved
Mm.
watching World War Z. That was an
Mm-hmm.
amazing
Right.
stream watching experience. Just the excitement, the sheer
Mm-hmm.
amount of decrepit bodies climbing over each other. Oh God, it was so
Mm-hmm.
good, so
Mm-hmm.
good. I
Yeah.
can still watch it now and be entertained. But
Mm-hmm.
it
Yeah.
died down because people felt it was repetitive, and I feel like
Mm-hmm.
that's what's going to happen back for Blood.
Yeah. Yeah. It makes sense. I mean, it'll be interesting to see what will happen, how they'll continue to market it, but you know, I'm wondering, I'm worried that it's going to be one of those games where it's going to be hot for a time and then all of a sudden, like any game on this same kind of trend, it's like it's probably going to fall off to a degree, you know what I mean?
Mm.
And I'm wondering how many people are going to keep their interest on it because like the alpha, I know Burke Black, he did it one day and then it was kind of like, okay, that's all he did. You've got other people who've probably done it at least 1 day or 2 days, and then it just kind of is like, I'm wondering how much coverage is there available in the alpha right now. You know what I mean? uh,
I mean, there's. I'm trying to think who plays it, kind of playing it regular. The Haley Babies playing it kind of regularly.
mm,
Danotage. I noticed yesterday they played with Daniel the Demon. Daniel the Demon was
mm-hmm,
messing him up because he was brand new. He didn't know what was going on,
mm-hmm,
so he
mm-hmm,
was doing all the wrong stuff to make the
yeah,
bigger zombies come faster. That was
mm-hmm,
classic. But yeah, I mean, there's individuals playing it.
mm-hmm,
I
yeah,
feel like this is the wrong time though.
mm, really,
Despite the bad press behind Cyberpunk, you
mm-hmm,
still got a lot of people with a Cyberpunk right
mm-hmm,
now.
yeah, that's true.
And then you also have Immortals Phoenix Rising is another game that people are excited about that is freaking
Mm-hmm,
huge. You still got I
mm-hmm,
mean, the other things that are just a staple, League of Legends, Among Us,
mm-hmm,
all those games aren't going anywhere. Call of Duty, whatever the
yeah,
case may be. But
mm-hmm,
these other newer games that are going to fizzle out at some point, I think
mm-hmm,
they should have waited for
mm-hmm,
press release a little longer. I would
mm-hmm,
say it waited till the beginning of the year to start
mm-hmm,
doing marketing for it.
mm-hmm,
But just
yeah,
let the Cyberpunk die down a little bit.
mm-hmm,
Let
mm-hmm,
Phoenix Rising die down a little bit more.
mm-hmm,
Um, you know,
yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Anyway, this is just something I got a because thanks to Key Mailer, I will be covering this on YouTube. Maybe I'll cover it on Twitch. It all depends. I know I'm going to make a YouTube video for covering it, but what are your thoughts on Mars, aka Mercenary Assault and Recon Squad? I'm not sure if you looked it up before the stream, but I got a bit into it a little bit, and it's not a bad game. It's just it feels a little dated. It honestly just feels a little dated, especially with like the TOS or with not the TOS, but the specs and everything. You know what I mean?
actually didn't get this far down the list.
Oh, no worries.
Let me just look it up real quick. So we got
No worries. Look it up.
there's a YouTube video here.
There's a
I feel like I've
YouTube.
seen this before.
Hmm.
Fucking ads, ads.
uh.
It makes you want to pay for the YouTube service just so you don't have to see ads anymore.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this almost like
Hmm.
reminds
Yeah.
me. Okay, I remember this.
Yes.
Reminds me a lot of GTFO.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah.
Just you're on Mars,
Oh, no, no, no. That's not it.
and it looks like the textures are
It
dated. I see what you're saying. The textures are dated. They're a
Mm-hmm.
little lackluster on detail.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They're using the same blood. At least the blood effect is a little better. They're using kind of the same blood effect that
Mm-hmm.
the new Black Desert. I can't remember the name. Crimson Desert. I don't know what they call the
Mm-hmm.
new Black Desert.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're using kind of the same blood effect as that, but yeah, the textures are
Mm-hmm.
dated.
Mm, yeah. I mean, it's an interesting game. They got ideas and things that are like, forgotten for sure. And they're supposed to add like a mech at some point or mech battles at some point, but
Yeah, I'm looking at that, seeing the mech thing now.
mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you're not just fighting zombies; you're fighting other insurgents also. So
Yeah, as well as there is the PvP mode, which I'm not sure if the mechs will go into the PvP mode because in the closed beta that I got, it's just the PvP mode available. There's not like, no missions or anything like that, but you
yeah,
know. But I mean, the requirements for it's really quite low. I mean, you only need a Windows 7 or higher, 64-bit, Intel i5 or
yeah.
equivalent AMD, 8 gigabytes of RAM, and a NVIDIA GTX 860, which realistically is not new. I mean, and I think it's because it
Yeah.
is an Asian game, so maybe in Asia or Korea or wherever this originated from, it probably was out for a while.
Maybe, yeah. Okay, this looks cool.
Was it?
I think this is just the CGI,
Mm-hmm.
not the actual game. It looks like
Mm-hmm.
a,
Yeah.
but that was like pretty cool. I don't know. Man. I feel like it. I don't know what graphics engine they're using.
From what I checked, Unreal for when it was installing, it was Unreal Free is what it said when it was installing
That's
for
why.
the basic for the or for the
It's so,
closed beta.
yeah, I've
Mm-hmm.
seen Unreal 3 edges look better now.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen it look better than this. But
mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know. I think
Mm-hmm.
you would have to. This is one of those games you would have to play to feel the gameplay. Kind
Mm-hmm.
of, kind of like Hades is a great example. Hades looks good, but doesn't have the best graphics because of the type of view you have. So you don't see
Mm-hmm.
huge amounts of detail, textures, and things like that. It has
Mm-hmm.
really, really nice colors. So it's one of
Mm-hmm.
those games you have to play to realize how good it is. Because
Yeah.
this could be a perfect example of that. You just have to play it to
Mm-hmm.
find out how good it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Relying on, obviously we can't rely on graphics here because you're using a generation old graphics engine,
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
yeah, man, I don't know. It could
Yeah.
be good. It could be meh.
Mm-hmm. It's a
My
free to play game, so I mean, at the end of the day, they're really pushing to try and get at least some, you know, some people
you
out
know
there.
I fought Warframe for this, but
Mm-hmm.
free to play is not an excuse anymore. It
mm-hmm.
used to be an excuse to where some things weren't up to par. It's free to play.
Mm-hmm.
It's not an
Mm-hmm.
excuse anymore because you have games like Warframe that set the bar really high, even for
Mm-hmm.
AAA titles. Like what Warframe is now is stupid high bar.
Mm-hmm.
Even from the graphical standpoint,
Mm-hmm.
the amount of
Mm-hmm.
content. I mean, the game's been around for years. Obviously, it's going to have a shit ton of content, but
Mm-hmm.
the amount of
Mm-hmm.
content, story wise, how intricate things work together, they set the
Mm-hmm.
bar really, really fucking high.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. No.
So like free to play to me is not an excuse anymore because you have
Mm-hmm.
games like Fantasy Star Online 2,
Mm-hmm.
another game,
Mm-hmm.
are
Yeah.
set really high.
Mm-hmm.
Yes they have a backstory that's been years in the making,
That's
but the
true.
game itself, yeah, the
Mm-hmm.
game itself, it's not like Fantasy Star 2, if you
Mm-hmm.
remember that back on
Yeah.
Dreamcast and later on GameCube.
Yes. Yes.
It's not the same game. So a
Yeah.
lot of people are kind of contributing that, oh, it's the same. No, it's not the same. the the fight mechanics
mm-hmm.
are different. The
Mm-hmm.
mobs are we got some of the same mobs. Most of the mobs are different. The graphics are actually different.
Mm-hmm.
The stories
Mm-hmm.
has been completely modified to the
Yes.
manga being canon rather than the original video game. So the manga is
Mm-hmm.
canon and the
Mm-hmm.
anime is canon now for it, and
Yeah.
it's just it's
Mm-hmm.
really good, really good.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's another free to play game.
Yeah.
Then you have games like
Mm-hmm.
Genshin Impact,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
another free to play game. It's fucking. I never even played it, and I can just watching it. That game's fucking amazing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Isn't it on mobile too?
It's on mobile as well. It's on mobile. It's on
They got
mobile.
mobile
It's
game.
on PC. It's on PS4. I believe it's also on Xbox One. So it
All the
really
games
went
that
out there. Mm,
as much as even as a gamer,
mm-hmm.
as a serious gamer, the people
Mm-hmm.
calling mobile gamers
Mm-hmm.
casuals.
Mm-hmm.
I know a few mobile gamers. They're not casual whatsoever. They got
Mm-hmm.
battery packs for their phones just so they can keep playing. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
there's nothing
Yeah.
casual about. Hey, I want to run my system dead, and then I want to hook up packs to it so I can keep playing. There's nothing
Mm-hmm.
casual about that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Uh, I mean, I don't play a lot of mobile games, but that's just because a lot of times I'm just like, I'll just play something on PC. Like, I have a few mobile games that I play from time to time, but a lot of times my mind just goes over to, like, I'll just run things on
Yeah,
PC if I can.
yeah,
You know?
because like me and you play mobile casually, but there are
Mm,
hardcore
yeah.
mobile gameplay,
Yeah, there are. I mean,
and
and.
you run into
Mm,
them in some of these games, and you might assume, oh, they must have paid for that. No, these dudes has put hours to get that
yeah.
stuff for free. They weren't even trying to
Mm.
buy nothing. Hell to the nah.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, makes sense. Anyway, it's going to be
So
interesting to see how mercenary assault and recon kind of play squad or game wise when it comes into open beta potentially. I mean, right now it's in a closed beta until about January 14th, and I know that because that's what the key said when I got it from Keymailer.
yeah,
So you know.
yeah, I'll definitely try it out because you know what this reminds me of.
Mhm.
Another game that looked like super weak graphically wise, but was so much fun. Angels
Mhm.
Fall First.
Mhm.
Is another free title. I don't even know if the
Mhm.
game is still up, but I was
Mhm.
playing in the beta. That game was so
Mhm.
much fun, but it looked so
Mhm.
dated. But they had all types of stuff. It's like ground warfare. You had
Mhm.
vehicles, you had mechs, you had aerial bombings and things like that.
Yeah.
You got to hold down certain positions and then push back, defend. It was a
Mhm.
great organized effort. Kind of remind me of like huge battles in Armor 3.
Mhm.
Huge organized efforts to win
Mhm.
the day. Like you can't just run around aimlessly and win. I loved
Mhm.
it, but
Yeah.
like it was graphically weak, like Mars is. So, but that was hella fun. So
Mhm.
yeah, I'll definitely
Mhm.
check Mars out to see if I get the same feeling as I did Angels Fall First.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, we already know, and you probably have already seen it on Twitter or anywhere. CD Projekt Red is already trying to refund as many people as they can because of the bugginess from Cyberpunk 2077. And what are your thoughts with Sony deciding to withdraw digital editions of Cyberpunk 2077 at the moment? Because I mean, it was kind of in agreement with CD Projekt Red, but at the same time, it was kind of like you don't see that very often from Sony.
Totally, yeah, totally warranted.
Mm-hmm.
Totally
Mm-hmm.
warranted.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the reason why.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I didn't read completely into. I don't know if they pulled it off of PlayStation 5. I hope they didn't
Mm-hmm.
pull it off PlayStation 5. I think it would run hell of a lot better on there.
Mm-hmm.
But PlayStation 4 definitely pulled off the store for PS4.
Mm-hmm.
The game wasn't designed
Mm-hmm.
for that system. Same thing with
Yeah.
Xbox One. Even
Mm-hmm.
PlayStation Pro,
Mm-hmm.
uh,
Mm-hmm.
it would fare a little better, but not good enough. Because
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
here's the problem: if people think it was a graphical thing, it's not a graphics thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Mm-hmm.
it's a CPU heavy game, and
Yes.
those systems
Yes.
just do not have the beef on their CPU to handle that game. So what
Yes.
happens with technology that share, especially with
Mhm.
AMD, because AMD is really good at doing this. What
Mhm.
happens when one chip can't handle it? It passes it on to the GPU, or the GPU passes the CPU. They do it back and
Mhm.
forth vice versa. That's AMD.
Mhm.
They do
Mhm.
that really well.
Mhm.
And so their CPU cannot handle it. So now it's putting more stress on the GPU of the system, and
Mhm.
now your graphics are suffering
Mhm.
because the
Yeah.
GPU is now handling the physics side, which the CPU should be handling
Mhm. Mhm.
instead of
Yeah.
concentrating on the graphics and how good it looks. So the
Mhm.
game ended up looking like total shit,
Mhm.
running
Yeah.
super slow,
Yeah.
not even playable.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
it it, it is. I don't. How they, to me, I can't see how they did not see this coming.
Mhm.
CD Project Red put
Mhm.
out official statements talking about we kind of like they
Mhm.
didn't expect this to happen on the older system. I think they full
Mhm.
well knew it was going to happen
Mhm.
on the older systems like this when they tried to
Yeah.
optimize for it.
Mhm. Mhm.
Because I think that's why the game it's not official. They didn't official say this. I think that's a huge reason why the game got pushed back to
Mhm.
optimize for console. And then they
Mhm.
tried and tried and tried. They pushed it back again and tried and
Mhm.
tried and tried. And I think
Mhm.
they got to the point to realize our game does
Mhm.
not run well on the system. But fuck it,
Mhm.
there's so many people that
Mhm.
that got it, and they probably got to the point where I'm thinking they probably were testing on the pro versions or the later date versions that
Mhm.
got released to handle VR. I think they
Mhm.
probably were testing on them. And like,
Mhm.
okay, it runs okay, it's good enough on here. So when people with
Mhm.
the original PS4 and the original Xbox One
Mhm.
got on these things,
Mhm.
nah, nah,
Yeah.
not even close.
Yeah.
So like with the newer systems though,
Mhm.
they exceed the PC minimal requirements with the new
Mhm.
generation system. So they should
Mhm.
be able to run this game perfectly fine. And those
Yes.
of you that
Yes.
say that the game doesn't run well on the minute on the minimal settings, it's a lie. There's a
Mhm.
YouTube video. You watch the guy put the PC together with the exact specs of the
Yes.
minimal, and he
Yes.
found a way to get 40 frames a second out of it with
Mhm.
dynamic
I mean,
resolution.
I think for me, because like my PC, is like right now, it's a Ryzen third gen i5, so there's no problem with the processor and that. It's running a RX 580, and I can run it ultra quality, probably around 60, 70 frames per second, and it's
Yeah.
not bad. It's not bad. It's not like 144 frames per second, but then again, how many of you actually notice the 144 frames per second every time you load up something like Fortnite and you got like 200 or more frames going on? That's kind of
I
a
mean,
question in my opinion, you
here,
know.
here's the funny thing about frames is like,
um,
I'm getting 144 frames a second, but if your monitor is only a 60 hertz monitor, you're not even seeing it.
yeah, yeah.
Your monitor, if your monitor is set on 60 hertz, you might see 75 frames. You might
mm,
actually see 75 frames.
mm, mm,
Maybe closer to 70. But I
mm,
mean, your hertz, the rule of thumb, your hertz needs to match your frame rate to see that.
mm,
And shooter
right.
wise, if this was a PvP shooter
Mm,
on
mm,
I
mm,
would have a problem with the low frame rates. At that
mm,
point, I'm like, then this game wouldn't be playing on me for the online multiplayer aspect with a
mm,
PvP
mm, mm,
because you're not seeing frames in time for
mm,
competitive combat.
mm,
But since I'm facing NPCs and things like that,
mm,
I do not have to worry about the reflex actions of
mm,
my opponent as
mm,
much because
mm,
since they're the NPC, they're suffering by the frame rate too because
mm,
they their actions can only be done within the frames of the game.
mm,
Unlike someone playing online, their
mm,
actions are done on the frames and between frames because it's
mm,
just the nature of online play and the information coming. So their
mm,
actions have to happen because they happen on their end
mm,
for it to happen on it's going to happen on your end no matter if you see it or not. That's the
mm,
problem with online play. Since this is a
mm,
single player at the moment,
mm,
um, the frame rate is not an issue
mm,
because 30 30 frames a second is playable.
mm,
I mean, it doesn't look as crisp as 60
mm,
frames, obviously,
mm.
but it's playable.
Yeah, I mean,
And it was
even for me, I.
it's
Mhm.
not is and for those of that say it's not playable, if you play a Switch on a TV, you're looking at 30 frames a second.
Right.
I play Twitch on TV all the time, and it's one of the
Mm-hmm.
most amazing experience I have.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah. I mean, even for me, like, I think, honestly, like, I noticed it a little more online play, but even then, it doesn't hinder me if I'm at, like, 144 frames or 60 frames, like, because of the refresh monitor rate, like, just letting it on whatever my refresh monitor rate is. For me personally, I don't see that much of a difference, nor does my reaction really seem to affect like having more frames, because for me it's like it's just automatic nature. As long as I kind of have an idea of where their movement is, where they're going, I most likely can just react faster than they can because of their thought process or their planning.
yeah, for me, I see the difference. There's a huge
Mhm.
difference for me. When
Mhm.
I play Call of Duty,
Mhm.
between
Mhm.
if I because my top monitor is 144 hertz and my bottom
Mhm.
monitor is only 60 hertz. So
Mhm.
when sometimes when I have all these things, especially streaming, I forget to reset my top monitor to 44 hertz,
Mhm.
and
Mhm.
it hurts me when I do that. Like I
Mhm.
cannot play Call of Duty worth shit on 60 frames.
Really?
I'm getting picked off before I see my enemy and things
Mhm.
like that. But as soon as I turn it back to 144 hertz and get my 145 frames a second, I'm on
Mhm.
point again. So
Mhm.
it drastically affects my gameplay when
Mhm.
especially with Call of Duty.
Interesting.
So for me, I notice a difference, a
Mhm.
huge difference.
I guess it depends on the person, because, like, for me, like I said, I mean, yeah, having a better monitor, of course, is always going to be better in some degree. It's going to help you, but but at the same time, I wonder if it's also based on player to player to some degree. you know.
I think it has something to do with the games too, because
Mhm.
Call of Duty is arcadey, fast paced, and
Mhm.
the models move fast and everything.
Mhm.
When you're
Mhm.
looking at a VR aspect of it, if you're
Mhm.
not in like close quarters, you're like long range and things like that. VR, I think 60 frames is fine. I don't really
Mhm.
notice a difference when I'm playing like say
Mhm.
Apex
Mhm.
Legends between 60 and 144. But
Mhm.
but
Mhm.
arcadey type stuff with fast movements is a huge difference because
Mhm.
you're talking about split seconds. Like you're
Right.
talking about
Right.
hundreds and thousands of a second. They make a difference between if you live or die in that gunfight.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah.
but something like Apex Legends, I don't notice a difference. Not
Mhm.
really.
Right. Right.
There might have been a few times, but whatever. Is
Mhm.
stuff I can. Call of Duty though,
Mhm.
it's literally it literally has such an uh effect on my gameplay. It's pretty much the deciding factor if I'm going positive or negative because of my
Mhm.
style of play.
Yeah, no, I get that. I mean, I think that's the same thing. Like with Cyberpunk, I mean, argue that yeah, they're limited to the frames that they're set at, but at the end of the day, you're not going to notice that much of a difference between 30 and 60 on
Yeah,
a single
Cyberpunk.
player game.
Yeah, yeah. Cyberpunk doesn't matter.
hmm
It's a single player game. It doesn't matter.
hmm Yeah.
Like I said, if it was like the multiplayer, if it was multiplayer PvP, there would be an
hmm
issue.
hmm
Other than that, nah. Single
hmm
player,
But
this thing
even.
is graphics
hmm
heavy and
hmm
it's CPU intensive.
hmm
Enjoy it for the beauty and the story and
hmm
the just fun gameplay,
hmm
everything it has to offer.
Yeah, and I think
It's
the problem with a multiplayer aspect, and this is just my thought with the multiplayer aspect of Cyberpunk 2077, is how are you going to do it to where not only can you manage your levels and your stats, but also how can you make it to where it has something story, either not story wise, but maybe fraction wise or whatever. Because obviously, I don't think you could play as your V in a multiplayer setting of Cyberpunk 2077. I mean, maybe you could, but at the same time, I just don't know how interesting or how the aspect of that would work. You know what I mean?
well, I think it's going to end up being something similar like Grand Theft Auto Online.
hmm
The single player and the online are completely different. They
Right,
got
right.
obviously it's the same core systems, but
Mhm.
they offer completely different things. So obviously
Right.
you can't own the strip club in the
Mhm.
multiplayer. Okay,
Mhm.
you can't do certain things in the multiplayer that you do in a single player, and vice versa, because
Mhm.
um, the multiplayer world, they keep constantly adding to it, and they're not adding to the single player game anymore. It's just the
Mhm.
multiplayer. They just released what, submarines? What
Mhm.
was it, like
Yeah.
expensive ass submarine, $5
I
million
think
dollar
so,
submarines or something
yeah.
like that?
Yeah, something like that.
Like,
I
yeah, they already had yachts and other
Mhm.
things, so it's kind of fun. It's pretty cool, but I think it's going to be something like that because
Mhm.
there's going to be a nerve.
Mhm.
It's going to be balancing of the skills, obviously, to
Mhm.
make it more fair for
Mhm.
multiplayer. Obviously, they might pull some things out, and but they
Mhm.
might also add things. I think that when it goes multiplayer, the biggest aspect that's probably going to get nerfed is
Mhm.
quick hacking. I
Mhm.
think quick hacking, if they go multiplayer, is going to get nerfed to shit.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Because quick hacking is super cheese. Um,
Mhm.
but and at the same time, you're and if it goes multiplayer, you're not going to have slowdown. Slowdown is completely gone. So if you're used
Mhm.
to playing slowdowns or taking the benefit of the environment slowing down, that's not going to be a thing anymore if you
Mhm.
go multi. Obviously,
Mhm. Right, right. Well, I mean, yeah, with that being said, um so I mean, I know it's kind of been a trend for a while, but I mean, I don't know how much people are still on Nintendo's case about the whole Smash tournaments. I mean, it's like the free Smash thing, I still notice it going around, from time to time, for
mm,
as far as the hashtag goes. And it's like, yeah, I get it. Nintendo kind of dropped the bomb on Smash tournaments and stuff, but it's like I don't know how much of an issue would is it really at the moment, or how
I
much
think it's
of the
just
people are really affected by it.
yeah, yeah. I think it's just classic Nintendo.
Mhm.
Nintendo it's a business standpoint. They do
Mhm.
not want to be in the headlines or for any reason synonymous with COVID-19 in their title.
Mhm.
That's it.
Mhm.
That's all that's about. They
Mhm.
don't want their game, their name to be in the same headline as that
Mhm.
as that. They feel like that is going to be a
Mhm.
investor nightmare.
Mhm.
So them being
Mhm.
a publicly traded company as they are, they're gonna like, you know what? I'm sorry. Until
Mhm.
this shit gets sorted out, we are not gonna have Smash. You are not using our game at any type of group gathering like
Mhm. Mhm. Right, right.
that. And I think that's all it's about. I'm sure they want to host something. I'm sure if they, you know what, here's the funny thing. If they talked
Mhm.
about doing an online tournament, as
Mhm.
bad as that sounds,
Mhm.
because it sounds pretty bad when it comes to Nintendo online play. Okay,
Mhm. Mhm.
if they decide to do an online tournament, I think Nintendo would love to do that.
Mhm.
You know,
Mhm.
to be connected to the good side of it. It's like, hey, we
Mhm.
understand that you smashers are stuck in your homes because of this
Mhm.
pandemic or whatever the case may be.
Mhm.
We're going to do
Mhm.
an online tournament, such and such.
Mhm.
But here's the problem. I bet you as soon as they announce that, those same people are going to complain online. What
Mhm.
about lag? What about
Mhm.
this? We
Yeah.
blah 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 blah. You've never done good things online. And it's just like,
Mhm.
oh fuck, dude. Do you want a tournament or not?
Mhm.
Do you
Yeah.
want the option to possibly make money in your given game playing profession or not?
Mhm.
Sometimes you gotta take it as it comes. Um,
Mhm. Mhm.
it's I feel like if they go that route and say get someone else on board that has some servers that
Mhm.
they can partner with Nintendo to help ease the
Mhm.
fortunate lag issues that
Mhm.
Smash faces when you play online.
Mhm.
I think Nintendo will be more likely to do that than actually just release your normal tournaments because
Mhm.
I don't think that's going
Mhm.
to happen. Gathering,
Right.
nah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, even, and I think this shows with the fighting game community in general. The FGC in general, it is not always. And Lyos Van Hunted, hello, welcome to the channel. How you doing? But yeah, I think when it comes down to it, this whole online tournament thing, the FGC thing, it's not going well, I would say. You know, because it's like the fighting game tournaments, it's like, yeah, fighting games have never had a great reputation of great online gameplay. I mean, I've tried doing fighting games for a long, long time with online gameplay, and it's not always going to be great because, let's face it, sometimes it won't be as optimized as something like Call of Duty or
Yeah.
some other game that is based online, you know? Heck, I mean, even Fortnite was very, very well optimized for online because they knew everyone was going to be online for the most part.
Yeah, it's funny because
Mm-hmm.
it's the very nature. Like if you compare fighting games with like Call of Duty,
Mm-hmm.
the very nature of how it works is
Mm-hmm.
a reason why there's an issue.
Mm-hmm.
Call of Duty,
Mm-hmm.
when you have a lag spike in Call of Duty, it's not a problem. Everyone just kind of like wait for the lag spike to be over and continue their game.
Mm-hmm.
In a fighting game, it is completely
Um,
detrimental to the match because your
mm-hmm.
stuff is about timing. It's all
Mm-hmm.
about timing. That split second timing to keep your juggle going. That split second timing to get the
Yeah.
bounce. That split second timing to get the God,
Mm-hmm.
what did it call that? Crossover and things like that. So those split
Yes.
second timing, if you have a
Mm-hmm.
lag spike, completely throws your game off.
Yes. Yes.
And whoever comes out on the better side of that lag spike, who comes out of lag sooner, is going to
Mm-hmm.
get the direct,
Mm-hmm.
especially with professional play like that. So
Mm-hmm.
it's,
Yeah.
it's unfortunate. That's just the nature of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, but Smash, on the other hand,
Mm-hmm.
it has those aspects, but it
Yes.
plays a little better than other fighting games because it's a bigger stage.
Mm-hmm.
There's
Mm-hmm.
levels to the stages and things like that. So
Mm-hmm.
a lag spike comes, yeah, it could
Mm-hmm.
cost you a stop, but at the same time,
Mm-hmm.
similar to Call of Duty, you can distance yourself, you can reset, you can do things
Mm-hmm.
to get
Yes.
you out of a bad situation. Unlike
Yes.
other
Yes.
fighting games, say like Street Fighter, the stage is so small, there's not
Mm-hmm.
anywhere to
Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
It's back and forth. Those are the only options you have. Like
Yes.
Smash, you don't just have back and forth. You got up and down also, change levels, things
Mm-hmm.
like that.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, so it'll be interesting because I think, like, I'm not sure because a lot of the argument, and this is just a lot of the argument from players when I listen to it and see the Twitter feeds and everything, it seems like the main argument is the lag spike. It always goes wired versus Wi-Fi, and Wi-Fi players are always coming out somehow better off the lag spike than a wired player is, even though technically a wired player should be in a better connection. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, so it's like I don't exactly understand why, unless you're getting set up with someone who's like 100 ping or more, you know, or red ping or more in the case of fighting
There's
games being out there, you know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's a couple things to that. I'm not sure if it's
Mm,
something in the Switch itself which prioritizes the
mm,
Wi-Fi before the wired, but
mm,
I know on your router you can adjust for that. You can adjust the
mm,
priority. Who gets priority first, the Wi-Fi
mm,
or the wired? Um,
mm,
Obviously, wired gets better connection, but if your priorities are switched,
mm,
um, if the Wi-Fi is prioritized first, then
mm,
obviously they're going to get the connection first.
mm,
Even though the wire might get the faster connection, you know,
mm,
in a game like that, like I already mentioned, whoever first wins. So,
mm, yeah.
and it could be something like that on the Switch itself, to where it prioritizes Wi-Fi before it prioritizes wire. So
Mm,
I'm not sure if the system itself does it, but I know you can adjust for that in your router.
right, right. Anyway, I mean, yeah, and going to your comment, Langsforth or Lyros Van Hunten, um, yeah, I mean, Wired should win in theory. Yeah, that makes sense. And yeah, Call of Duty Young, we I'm not sure because like I don't know, maybe COD3 the Wii remote because it is a motion sense remote. You can get better aim because you're technically aiming, and your crosshairs are based on where you're aiming as far as your where your hand is. But again, I'm not entirely certain because again, I think that kind of goes into like how VR is because when you look at VR and shooting games, a lot of VR shooting games are actually really good because a lot for many people who can't aim for diddly squat on KBM or controller, this is actually them physically aiming where where they need to aim or where they naturally are needing to be looking, if you know what I mean. And I'm sure you can comment on that, Val Nicosi.
Oh, the aiming. Haven't played.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I haven't played any shooters on Switch, so I couldn't even
Mm-hmm.
tell you.
Mm-hmm. But you could comment on VR. I'm pretty sure for that whole
yeah,
shooting aspect.
yeah. VR it depends on the game, to tell you the truth.
Mm-hmm.
But aiming on VR obviously is different, just because
Mm-hmm.
the range, the
Mm-hmm.
ranges you're going to be at, and but
Mm-hmm.
every VR shooting system is different. Like Fortnite is a
Mm-hmm.
hit scan for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but something say like Apex Legends is
Mm-hmm.
not hit scan. It's a actual
Mm-hmm.
physical projectile that has to connect with a hitbox. So
Mm-hmm.
everything's a little different. But
Mm-hmm.
I lied. I have played a shooter on Switch. I keep forgetting
Mm-hmm.
about Splatoon.
Yeah.
Splatoon, God, I love Splatoon 2. Such a
Mm-hmm.
good game.
Yeah.
Um, God, I haven't played it in a while, but it feels
Yeah.
good. Splatoon
Yeah.
2 always
Connect
felt good.
Connect
It
Wii
moves harder
and VR are all kind of the same in a sense when it comes to aiming because you're physically, you know, focusing or moving your arms and your hands wherever you need to be. And looking wise, it probably isn't as unnatural compared to controller, keyboard and mouse sometimes,
yeah.
because yeah.
But
Mm-hmm.
well, hold on. What do you mean about OS is fine?
OS? I'm not entirely sure.
No, he's saying lie. OS is fine.
Oh, iOS is fine. Uh, I'm not entirely sure. Actually, I guess it's when we were commenting on the fighting game, like I don't know, pronouncing light OS. Oh, lie OS, lie dash OS. Huh? What was that?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. I misunderstood. I'm like, what? I was like,
uh,
did I lie about something? Didn't realize it?
I
Oh, my
I don't
bad.
know. It's, oh, yeah.
I was like, am I telling lies?
I don't
Did
know.
I not know
I'm
I was
not
telling
sure.
lies?
I'm not sure.
Okay, my bad, man.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Appreciate the clarification.
Oh. Anyway, yeah. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what will happen with Nintendo and how they'll decide to deal with Super Smash Bros. And Splatoon because I know that free Splatoon is still going on too, which I don't know. I think Nintendo needs to figure out a way to, at least in my opinion, make their own version of the tournament and maybe even spread that online kind of thing to maybe work around with it. You know what I mean? uh, but
Yeah,
yeah.
for them, they're just avoiding risk. But yeah, they should just figure out an
Mm-hmm.
online tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe put a. I mean, Nintendo's a freaking billion-dollar company,
Mm-hmm.
multi-billion-dollar company. They can take the time to take some of their servers and throw it at their at
Mm-hmm.
a event
Mm-hmm.
for
Mm-hmm.
for their customers, and
Yeah.
us Nintendo fans out here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They, like I said, they could, but will they? That remains to be seen.
Yeah. We'll see going forward. But yeah. They don't compete in complete raw stats, huh? Yeah, well, it's Nintendo. They've always kind of been somewhat casual. They've never had a full on competitive base. Like you look back in the old days of Nintendo, Nintendo never really had a competitive title that you could
Yeah,
think about. Uh,
It's funny because their titles that were competitive
mm-hmm,
were back in the day. They were in arcades. So
mm-hmm.
when the competitive scene, they played on arcade machines. They didn't play
Yes.
on a
Yes.
Nintendo.
Yeah.
The only thing that was semi-competitive would be the speed running scene
Mm-hmm.
with Mario and things like that.
Yes.
I don't think their really competitive scene came until Mario Kart.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
that wasn't like huge. I got bigger as time went on, but I think
Mm-hmm.
Smash is probably the first real competitive game that
Yes.
Nintendo's
Yes.
ever really had.
I mean, I know Bayonetta and stuff were allowed onto the game, but we're not talking about the whole mature titles allowed or the whole breaking from family friendly scene. We're talking about the competitive nature scene, like, people who are putting on burial card. I mean, I know some people like my friend Scribs and Mr. Crunchberry and stuff. They love doing like at events like conventions and stuff, burial card or some kind of tournament that would be, you know. So yeah, but yeah, like the whole competitive scene probably didn't arise until Smash kind of came around, especially maybe
Yeah,
more around like the Melee era because Melee
yeah,
was
because
when they did that.
yeah, you know what's funny though? Because the Mario Kart competitive scene was online.
Mhm. Mhm.
It was like 95% online for Mario
Mhm.
Kart. I remember my
Mhm.
older brother,
Mhm.
he he had I don't know if he still has it, and I
Mhm.
can't remember if it was Mario Kart 7 or Mario Kart 8. He has
Mhm.
a world record on one of the maps.
Right, right, right.
And it was like, oh, his thing was just fighting to keep that, and it was all online. Like he never met up with these people in like a LAN
Mhm.
party or something like that, or a tournament.
Mhm.
And it was just
Mhm.
like, so
Yeah.
I don't know. I thought it was really cool. I
Anyway,
wish I had
yeah.
a world record run on a map.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, um, as you probably have already noticed, or you probably known, PS5 got a restock. Xbox One X, I think, or Xbox Series X, should I say, got a restock, and it's kind of like a lot of people seem to be crowding and fighting to grab whatever they can with the restocks going on, and it seems like it's kind of a case of Black Friday because like one story I read, which was like a few hours ago, PS5 was just like it. There was a fight between two women that just brought out the the worst in someone trying to get a PS5.
Yeah, man.
uh,
Unfortunately, situations like this brings out the worst in humanity
yeah,
in
yeah,
general. Because someone
yeah.
they have something you want and you've been trying so hard to get it, like fuck it, I'm taking this shit.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
language, but yeah, man, I feel like it would be easier to get it in a store right now. How many people are really going out there and risking, you know?
Yeah.
And how many people are staying just order online? I think at this point, you would you you wouldn't get it by Christmas. Christmas is literally 5 days from now,
Yes,
and
yes.
and like you can't. Amazon is not going to deliver by Christmas as of this point. But yeah,
Yeah.
get 'em. I guess you would have to go out and get it now. I mean,
Mm.
it's so funny because like the amount of money you would spend because
mm.
these systems are what 600. How
Uh,
much
f-
are these now?
I think it was like 400 for the digital only version, 500 for the physical one, the one with the physical CD drive.
Okay, so yeah, they're at least they're keeping the prices competitive
Mm.
because I'm like last generation was more expensive. That's kind of funny.
mm.
Last generation they dropped at like 599 for the
Mm.
freaking the 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 smaller version with the smaller
Mm.
hard drive SSD. That's
Mm.
kind of fun. That makes me laugh. The newer version is like leagues better, and it's like $200 cheaper.
Yeah.
That's fucking wild.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
It kind of
crazy.
makes me wonder: are they taking a loss on all these systems, and are they
Uh,
getting kickback from like just developer wise? I don't know,
I'm not
game
sure.
sales.
I'm
I'm
it's
curious how that market works for them.
Yeah, yeah. I'm very interested because, like, even looking at
Never
Best
mind.
Buy. Mm-hmm. What?
I
Go
keep
ahead.
forgetting about subscriptions. That's where they're making
Mm-hmm.
their money off it. Instead
Yeah,
of probably
yeah.
taking a loss on the consoles and making all the money on subscription services.
Right. Because, like, even right now, with, like, looking at Best Buy, they're doing, like, right now, they have a deal, a bundle deal going on. And it's like $534 on Best Buy right now. And you get the Sony PS5 digital console, which is $400. You get 12 months PlayStation Plus subscription for $60, which is $60, and then you get a $75 in-game store cash right now. So it's like, yeah, okay, that's one way to make money off what they're doing, you know. You know,
It makes you wonder: is anyone even doing physical media anymore?
I don't know. I mean,
And
what?
I can't
Mm-hmm.
remember the last time I went out and actually bought a DVD or a CD drive for a game.
um, Yeah, I don't remember. Heck, I mean, you know, even for me, I've not gotten anything physical in a long time. I've always been digital. Like even right now, and this is not a bad deal. You look at this package, if you really wanted to get something like a PS5, even though it's sold out currently, you could get a with Best Buy again. You could get for $674, you get the Sony PlayStation 5 physical edition. You get a physical copy of the Marvel Spider-Man Miles Morris standard launch edition. You get Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, and you get Demon Souls for all on the PS5. So
Mm-hmm.
it's like, yeah, they're really trying. I think Best Buy is really trying to bundle stuff up for people to, to
Yeah,
get
yeah.
into the game.
Yeah, Best Buy did that last time because I bought a
Mm-hmm.
PS4 for my brother for Christmas,
Mm-hmm.
and Best Buy's crazy, man.
Mm-hmm.
And so they you had the bundle,
Mm-hmm.
and you got all this. You got a PlayStation extra controller,
Mm-hmm.
two or three games,
Mm-hmm.
and you got 2 years free of PlayStation Plus. And
Mm-hmm.
then on top of that, you didn't even have to have the cash. They were handing out the credit like nobody's fucking business. Like, okay, and, and if you had better than a 580 credit score, they were giving you the credit card to purchase all this stuff. You didn't even have to have
Mm-hmm.
the cash. It was fucking wild.
Yeah.
I went in there fully aware that I was expecting to go in there and drop like $700, and I was like, shit. And I
Mm-hmm.
go in there and I'm like, I grabbed like over $800 worth of stuff, and I'm like, well,
Mm-hmm.
fuck, I don't have 800 on me right now. They're like, oh, don't worry, you can get a credit card. I'm like, credit card. They're like, yeah, throw it on a credit card. I'm like, fuck it, throw it on a credit card. I got a $1,000 limit credit card, and they threw
Mm-hmm.
the whole thing on there. And I was like, well, shit, I paid it off in like 6 months, and now I have
Mm-hmm.
a Best Buy credit card, and I just get fucking discounts on stuff from Best Buy's website now. So it worked out pretty good for me. As
Mm-hmm.
long as you pay it off, you're fine. If you didn't
Mm-hmm.
pay it off within that first year, because there was no interest
Mm-hmm.
for the first year. So if you paid off in that first year, we were perfectly fine. After that, woo wee, they were going to start smacking you over the head. I think it was like a 12% interest,
Mm-hmm.
which actually isn't bad for a credit card either.
Mm-hmm.
12% is pretty fucking good.
Right, right. Anyway, I mean, what are your thoughts on the overhype destroys launch on games like, for instance, Fallout 76 and Cyberpunk 2077? Because Fallout 76, you all remember that old game, it got marketed so much and there was so much hype, and then when it came out, it just fell flat, like literally.
Yeah,
And same
I
thing
think
could be said kind of with Cyberpunk right now, you know?
I see for me, I think Fallout 76 definitely just
Mm-hmm.
put their foot in their mouth with their overhype. Fallout
Mm-hmm.
Cyberpunk though, I don't think the hype killed them. It was
Mm-hmm.
their delivery on consoles that killed them. They should have
Mm-hmm.
known full well what was going to happen on the old generation console with the
Mm-hmm.
amount of stuff. And after every interview and everything they put out into the public, I'm listing all this
Mm-hmm.
stuff.
Yeah.
The
Mm-hmm.
dynamic environment, the sheer size of the map. Um,
Mm-hmm.
the different interactions you can have, the amount of
Mm-hmm.
side quests that have nothing to do with the story, and
Mm-hmm.
it's not just side quests. Actually, playing the game, you got side quests, gigs, the
Mm-hmm.
cars, the faction based missions, like the
Mm-hmm.
NCPD missions. Those are all side stuff. Then
Yes.
that there's
Yes.
other stuff that which we talked about earlier that makes it CPU heavy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's a hype thing. It was just the way
Mm-hmm.
it was delivered.
Right.
Um,
Right.
they didn't deliver on promises for the console side.
Mm-hmm.
There's a few promises they didn't deliver on
Mm-hmm.
the PC side, which I feel like is going to get delivered on eventually. It's going to get patched up for it
Mm-hmm.
to be able to do this some of the stuff they promised on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But as the game is right now, PC, we both know
Yeah.
it worked. There's glitches. We're not gonna lie, there's
Yes.
glitches, but
Yes.
fucking amazing. It's downright
Mm-hmm.
amazing.
Yes.
I just feel bad for console, man. It's just
Mm-hmm.
they got the raw end of the deal with last generation consoles, and
Yes.
I wish they could experience the game like we do on PC.
Yes.
But at least they're getting refunded.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes.
it's not like the Fallout 76 situation. They're
Mm-hmm.
getting refunded.
Yes.
Um,
Yes.
it's. I'm not saying they shouldn't be mad, but they should be a little less mad at this point.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Um,
Right.
time and time again, you know, we've said it. A
Mm-hmm.
lot of people say it. Don't
Mm-hmm.
pre-order.
Yeah. Yeah.
don't don't pre-order. Buy it when the game comes out, or
Mm-hmm.
whatever the case may be. 'Cause a lot of things, if you a lot of those pre-order things, I noticed, if
Mm-hmm.
you order it the day it comes out, like
Mm-hmm.
digitally, most of the time you still get that pre-order, all that pre-order swag.
True. True.
Is I got the pre-order swag with Cyberpunk, and I didn't buy
Mm-hmm.
it until the day it came out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right.
So I don't know, or you can be like I do with some games. Wait for the
Mm-hmm.
reviews, and
Yeah.
for me, what reviews is
Mm-hmm.
that I read the 1 stars,
Mm-hmm.
because when you're for me, if you got to read between the lines, don't take everything they have for word. But if the 1 stars are just talking about stuff being broken on arrival, you
Mm-hmm.
know, the game didn't start for me,
Mm-hmm.
or I get nothing but a black screen, or such and
Mm-hmm.
such and things like that, and it's not talking about actual gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
Then you go up to the 3 stars, where
Mm-hmm.
it should start talking about actual gameplay. If it's still just talking
Mm-hmm.
about hardware issues or whatever the case may be, then you know the actual essence of the game is pretty fucking
Mm-hmm.
good.
Mm-hmm.
Which is
Yeah.
the case for Cyberpunk 2077.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff like it doesn't run well. I
Mm-hmm.
get shit frame.
Mm-hmm.
I can't get 60 frames a
Mm-hmm.
second, and I got a 2080 Ti. I'm not getting 100 frames a second, 60 frames a second.
Mm-hmm.
I'm running my ray tracing with the DLSS, which is actually supposed to make the ray tracing run better. So
Mm-hmm.
those of you that run ray tracing,
Mm-hmm.
run the DLSS with it. It's going to
Mm-hmm.
make it look better, and it's going to make it run better.
Mm-hmm.
Do not forget to turn DLSS on when you're running ray tracing.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm pretty
Mm-hmm.
sure someone probably forgot to do that. It's like, holy shit, I'm only getting 25 frames a second. Turn your DLSS on, turn the AI on. It helps with that
Mm-hmm.
immensely.
Mm-hmm. Right. Right. But it'll be interesting because I'm just like when it comes down to the hype, yeah, like Nikosi said, don't pre-order it if you really don't think you're gonna, I guess, for say, like it, and you're just kind of going based on the hype right now. Because when the reviews come out and stuff, once the reviews come out and stuff, you can really nitpick it and see if you really want to get it. I mean, like right now, and it'll be a point later on, which was, I think, yeah, we're going to talk about Humankind later on. You don't have to pre-order it right now, even though they are technically saying, hey, you pre-order it now, we're going to give you a discount on the game. You may not want that. You may not think about getting that right now, unless you're just
Yeah,
like a content creator.
yeah, that scares me. when they do things like that, and
Mhm.
you're getting an actual discount on the game itself. I'm not saying like season
Mhm.
getting discount on season pass or something like that. But when you get
Mhm.
a discount on game itself, pre-ordering, that sends alarms up for me.
Mhm.
So for
Mhm.
me, I'm just like, that tells me you don't think your game is actually worth the full price
Mhm.
if you're
Mhm.
willing to part with it for 20% off rip before your
Mhm.
game's even released. That
Mhm.
scares me.
Mhm.
I stay
Yeah.
away from stuff like that.
Mhm. Right.
But
Right.
it's funny with Cyberpunk. Even you even talked it on previous episodes about
Mhm.
you know
Yes.
managing the hype, like
Mhm.
all the stuff that was coming, and I remember
Mhm.
saying that hardware, even the state of our hardware now, can only handle so much.
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
Cyberpunk was going to be one of those games that's going to push the envelope on what hardware can do, and
Mhm.
it is
Mhm. Yeah.
obviously.
Yes.
And we're telling explaining something like there's, especially with story wise, there's only a set amount of paths. They're
Mhm.
like, yeah,
Mhm.
there's going to be all these choices throughout the game, but there's only going to be a finite amount of endings in the game. You're going to land on, no matter what you choose. You're going to
Mhm.
land on that
Yes.
finite amount of set of endings, no
Mhm.
matter what. So I
Yeah.
don't know how many different endings I actually have. It
Mhm.
just throwing a number out there. If they have 10 different endings, you're going to end on one of those. You might only like two out of those 10.
Mhm. Mhm.
And
Yeah.
as of right now, I only see three paths with the actual story. So it looks like there's only three different endings with slight
Mhm.
variations, maybe in dialogue or whatnot, which is
Mhm.
cool. I like that, but
A
people need to
lot.
realize that these choices may not make huge amounts of difference when
Yeah,
it comes to
and
the
I will tell you that the paths do not make a lot of huge different ending differences. Like I've been playing through the game, even with the romance paths that you could choose, and there are only like 4 romances entirely. 2 of them are locked out for female V, and 2 of them are locked out for male V, or female V only, and 2 of them are male V only. So
Mhm.
So with that being said, there's only a few finite endings that have a few variations based on your choices with those actual romance tasks, and that's like considered that you do pursue one of those side quest romance paths at the end of the day. you know.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think who's the possible, because I didn't look at who the romance paths are. I only think where I'm at in the game
Mm-hmm.
now.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I feel like Pan Am is one.
Mm-hmm. She is.
Um, Possibly Misty for male, because my interactions with Misty as a female don't really go that way, because I'm
Mm-hmm.
playing a female being.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to think who else would be Takamura, most likely for female V, maybe. That, because that's a strange relationship in itself.
Well, I mean, I could tell you them because I know the 4 romances out there. I'm not sure if Misty will play a huge role in the ending. I assume she does play a role in one of the endings. I'm just not sure which one it is. But the 4 romance caps are Judy, Pan Am, Rivers, who I'm not sure if you met him yet, and then
I haven't met River.
there's one other guy who is locked out just for male V.
I completely forgot about Judy.
Yeah.
Judy's my girl too.
But those are the 4 romance paths, and Judy is locked out to female V only, as far as I know. Rivers is female V only, and then Pan Am is male V, and then one of the male romance paths are also for male
That's
V
kind of weird. They
currently.
should just open all of them to, no matter if you're male or female. They
Hmm.
just open all of them.
Yeah.
What?
I don't know. That was the way they set it up, though. But that was the way they
I,
set it
I
up.
I think the Judy story makes sense for her to go for female V because
Hmm.
of the whole Evelyn thing. Because
Hmm.
that girl obviously was in love with Evelyn. So,
Hmm.
um, but I don't know. I think it should be a little more fluid than that. I
Hmm.
guess it's cool that they have like she's strictly a lesbian,
Hmm.
and
Hmm.
representation and things like that. Even though I don't
Hmm.
really agree with identity politics, but representation, great.
Hmm.
Um,
Hmm.
I don't know. I just feel like it should have been open. Everyone should be open for everything.
Hmm.
Because
Yeah.
let's face it. This is this the first game that has character creation where you can make a literal trans character?
I believe so. I believe so because like even Mass Effect did not have that, and
Yeah.
I will say that this is the thing with Mass Effect. Most people don't know this because they probably never explored it as a PC player, but female Shepard was actually in the option consideration for having Ashley as one of their romance options. Most people don't
Yes,
realize
that is
that.
definitely true.
Yeah, most people don't realize that, and it's kind of a thing where you have to kind of do a fine thing, starting as a male V, and then or a male Shepherd, and then you do a council command, which changes it to female Shepherd, and it plays out like normal at that point.
Mhm.
But it only works with default Shepherd, at least for the first game, if you want to go down that so-called romance path, which is still in the game. It's just you have to do, you have to do a council command to make it work, or a council change, if I recall correctly, or as I recall, because I did make it work plenty of times, but it's like it's interesting that, and I'm wondering with the Mass Effect remake that they're trying to do, I'm wondering if they're going to put that path in there as part of the trilogy, even though it was kind of just slightly explored.
Who was at the end of that teaser trailer? Who was that? You only saw a side of her face.
I don't know.
Oh man, I can never
Yeah.
remember their name.
Yeah. It could have been.
Because depending on what Mass Effect game you play, there's
Mm,
two on your ship of that race.
yeah.
God, I can't remember their names.
Yeah. Gosh. I forgot.
I
I'm
know
not sure if
Windsor.
it's totally,
I'm asking questions. I got Google in front of me, but it's
Yeah.
neither here or there.
Yeah.
We got a lot of points
Yeah.
to get through.
Yeah, we gotta get going. So, anyway. So, what do you think about Riot and them considering making an MMO RPG based around League of Legends? Because that was teased in a news article recently that they were considering doing that.
Oh, that would be insanity. That would be awesome.
Mm-hmm.
That would be awesome. Just
Mm-hmm.
the sheer because they got like what 130 different selectable characters in League of Legends.
Yes.
Sit there and then you have so many different races
Mm-hmm.
to have that all in the MMORPG. Oh, that would be so awesome.
Yeah.
So awesome. That
Yeah.
would be a huge undertaking now.
Mm-hmm.
The amount of lore they have in that game, who comes from where,
Mm-hmm.
how would they set up to teleport to these different destinations and everything like that, and
Mm-hmm.
how the story would unfold, because the story actually would have to change a little bit for the MMORPG.
Mm-hmm.
To
Yeah.
where you can portal anytime you want, and who's going to be the big bad.
Mm-hmm.
They already have a pretty huge fauna list for like
Mm-hmm.
monsters, things like that they can go to. So
Mm-hmm.
that would be absolutely massive.
Yeah.
I feel like they would have such a huge crowd because of their fan base, and
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how well a MOBA translates to an MMORPG when it comes to fan base wise.
Mm-hmm.
I think they'll still do good,
Yeah.
but yeah,
Yeah.
it'll be a massive undertaking if they do it.
Right. It'll be very, very interesting, and I'm interested to see how Riot will pull it off because I'm sure they can, especially with like Valorant, League of Legends, and all their other MMO endeavor or all their other endeavors currently. I mean, I'm not sure
Yeah.
how well their card game is going right now, but they have a card game. They have a fighting game project somewhere out there in the works, but I'm not sure what it is, right now. So,
Fighting game, that would be interesting.
yeah, they have a fighting game in the works. It's just not much information is known about it, or than it being another project like how Valorant was, you
Mhm.
know. But there is something in the works as far as the fighting game goes. I'm just not sure what it's called, and I don't think they have much information going out there right now.
Yeah,
But I think the next step probably would be the MMO because League of Legends is already highly successful, and putting it in the League of Legends universe and stuff. I mean, obviously, next step for them at this point, I would say.
yeah,
Anyway.
yeah. I mean,
Mhm.
I don't. I actually got me excited. Like I don't even want to play MMOs anymore, but I'm like that.
Mhm.
I'm like I'm not necessarily a League of Legends fan. I am a fan of Team Fight Tactics though. I love that game.
Mhm. Mhm.
I don't play as much as I should, but
Mhm.
God, I love that game. Every time the season
Yeah.
changes and you got to relearn the game all over again, and the
Mhm.
aspects of who gets better on what. So
Mhm.
yeah, I
So.
thought it'd be really cool
Mhm.
to see that.
Yeah. So I mean, I just put this out there because it is new for Call of Duty Warzone, but is the new map better than the original? Is it a better Call of Duty Warzone map, or is the new one kind of meh? Because because that's been picking up some
I,
steam too.
I haven't even looked at the new Warzone map. I haven't looked at it's
Mhm.
kind of it's about time. I think like
Uh,
any map at this point is like okay, finally. If
mhm.
they were playing on that same map for so long, and they kept
Mhm.
adding to it, adding new things, changing things, changing the stadium, adding the caves and
Mhm.
all that stuff, which is really cool. It kept it somewhat fresh, but no
Mhm.
matter if the new map is shit or not, it's just a fresh look.
Ah,
It's
right.
different. Not everyone's going. Not everyone's going to know every little hidden corner. It's like I can hit this guy at 500 meters from this roof, right through this
Mhm.
window, and they will never see it coming. Type shit.
Mhm.
That's what was going on in the old map.
Mhm.
Because you've been playing
Mhm.
it for so long, you remember little niches like that. Like
Mhm.
I can shoot from right here, and I can hit this
Mhm.
area,
Mhm.
and no one will know where the bullet came from. Type shit.
Mhm.
So
I think part of this with the new map is it also is supposed to be somewhat connecting the dots between Cold War and Warzone already.
yeah. My thing is it's small though. This map is tiny.
Mhm. 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 Yeah.
It looks like they have maybe more
Mhm.
indoorsy type combat in this, but
Mhm.
it looks
Mhm.
super tiny
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah.
compared to the old Warzone map.
Yeah, I think that was the complaint I got from people I watched who tried it when the update first released. But but it,
Yeah,
it it'll be
this
interesting.
map is too it's too small. It's just hot drop everywhere. No matter
Mm.
where you're dropping, it's like a hot drop. And you know me, I don't like hot dropping. I want to get
Yeah.
there, then go to the fight. I,
Yeah.
if I hot drop, I hot drop for the memes. So
Right, right. Oh man. So, it'll be interesting to see what will happen, how they connect the dots between Cold War and obviously Warzone, but I think step in the right direction, possibly. uh possibly
bring the
oh,
blackout map back. How about that? Do
hmm.
that. It'll
No,
cause some
yeah.
confusion.
Oh, no boy, that'll be interesting. No, that'll be interesting if they do bring back the blackout map. I mean, because Blackout kind of fizzed a while ago, but I mean, bring back the Blackout map. I don't know. It'll be interesting because who was it that did the Blackout? Which company was it from the series? Do you
I can't
remember?
remember anymore. Was
Uh,
it Treyarch?
might have been Treyarch. Let me see. Count. Let's see. Blackout, Call of Duty. Call of Duty 4 Blackout. Black Ops 4 Blackout. Who was it? It was Treyarch or Treyarch. Yeah, Treyarch. It was Treyarch. And they brought another. They had the original one, and I guess Alcatraz at some point they put in Alcatraz, but
Oh yeah, I forgot about Alcatraz.
but yeah.
Anyone play Alcatraz? I know I didn't. I just remember hearing about it.
I never played it. I
I feel
mean,
like Alcatraz was out for like a month or two, and then Warzone came out.
oh man, but yeah, so it'll be interesting. I mean, but yeah. Anyway, moving on to I mean, I know you probably haven't checked it out much, but what are your thoughts on Humankind? Do you think it'll be a better? Because it definitely has Civilization vibes, as well as some other vibes like Endless Legend and stuff. But what are your thoughts on Humankind? Because they make it to where, I mean, obviously, again, they're making it to where there's only a finite amount of choices, but obviously each choice has an impact on how you develop as like a civilization to some degree.
Yeah,
hmm
I don't know, man. It's
hmm
I wish they would open the game up a little more.
hmm
Um,
hmm
to kind of branch your horizons, your horizons out a little bit. So if you decide like shit, well, I made a wrong choice here, I can do something else to change that outcome or going in that direction, whatever the case may be.
hmm
You know,
Right, right.
the whole thing. I made a choice. Now you got to live with it. Kind of sucks, but
hmm
it's I don't know.
hmm
There's a lot of games like this.
hmm
Especially on mobile. It was like a whole
hmm
era where like just every mobile game that came out new was like this. You know,
hmm
you're
hmm
you're making a
Right.
civilization. You pick someone out of the clan to help you, to advise you, and things like that, and you grow
hmm
the civilization out. There's like
hmm
so many of those type of games, and you go to war with other people and things like that.
hmm
It was
Yeah.
cool. It's cool, but I don't know.
Yes, yes.
I think it's this game is a little too late. You know,
Mm,
I
mhm.
think the gaming community has moved past this type of game. There's people that still play this type of game, but I
I
feel
know I
like the
do.
community on a whole has moved past this type of
Mhm.
gameplay.
Yeah, cuz I mean, obviously they've been trying to also get some marketing on it because, they've had drops on Twitch for it which were like you could get Burke Black as one of the people you could go against someone named Spiffing Brett Lewis you could get someone on who is also marketing the game named Quill. You could get like someone named Loma Dia. I'm not sure who that is, but but all of these personas were pretty much kind of a reward that you could watch
Yeah,
or get.
you know,
So,
you know what I would love to see from this type of games,
mhm,
and it might seem like a new future, but it's really not. It just hasn't been
mhm,
done in a very very long time.
mhm,
Um, is that you yourself as the leader of the community or the city or whatever you want to look at it as,
mhm,
be a playable character. You're not just this
mhm,
overseeing god hand type thing going on. Like the
mhm,
perfect example, the
mhm,
old Battlezone games when it went to 3D
mhm,
Battlezone games when you're on the moon, you were a
mhm,
commander,
mhm,
but you were an actual
mhm,
individual on the battlefield in your own tank. You can jump in and out of your tank, change, tell one of your subordinates to
mhm,
get out of their vehicle, and you swap vehicles with your subordinate.
mhm,
If they bring something like that into this style of game, I think that would be huge. So, like, you're going
mhm,
to war with another city, you can
mhm,
choose to go there with yourself or
mhm,
send a commander instead of you, and you can actually fight in the battle
mhm,
like some
mhm.
God, what like some Warhammer type thing.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I would think it would add so much to this style of game
Mhm.
that it would give it get a refresh. It would be such a
Yeah.
refresh. I would love to see that. I don't know if this
Mhm.
game has that. Um, I don't know if
Open
this
dev,
style is gonna
it's
go.
definitely a little more civilization like. It's definitely a little
Yeah,
more you're overseeing everything. There's no real there's no real aspect of it where you're actually in command. Like you do have
yeah,
command of this one person who is your leader, but again, they're not. It's not like this is you actually going into into
Yeah.
that aspect of what you're talking about, which I think would be very interesting, very cool, because like, for me, a game that I've not seen for a long time get refreshed or even rehashed out is something like Black and White. And you remember that
Oh
game,
my
I'm sure.
god, that game was so good. I
Yes.
still have Black and White 2 on the fucking on disc. It's in this room
hmm
somewhere.
Yeah. But that's like something like that was so amazing to me, and I loved that type of game. But it's not been rehashed out in a long time, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, something like that. I mean, bring that in, and you got something that could be potentially even really something,
Yeah. It's funny because Black and White is very
hmm
similar to this, obviously,
hmm
but
hmm
it was just a different immersion because
hmm
you were playing the role of a god,
Yeah.
and you're trying
Yes.
to
hmm
occupy these other areas with your peoples by fighting other gods and their
hmm
uh their
hmm
monster or whatever the case may be. It was God, that
hmm
game was so good. But
Yes. hmm
I don't know. I just feel like for more immersion wise for
hmm
because this is I feel like it's like a strategy style game. Like
hmm
Sim
hmm
City meets strategy type thing.
hmm
But I feel like it would be so much more immersive that you
hmm
play the leader. Like
Yeah.
you can still have the overhead view like this,
hmm
just like they had in Battlezone. You bring up the map, you have the overhead view, and
hmm
more of
Yes.
like a StarCraft style where you're
hmm
telling your go here, here. Then after you pull out of the map, you go do
hmm
something else. Like you can
Yes.
while your orders being carried out. Like I
hmm
think something like this such a huge service for immersion.
hmm hmm
Because um, I find that a lot of people that I know that play these games love
hmm
immersion. They
hmm
you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
like DJ True Star, he loves playing what
hmm
Civ. Was it
hmm
Civ 5 or Civ 6? I can't remember which one he plays a lot, but he loved playing it.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
was a
yeah.
huge advocate of immersion.
He plays Stellaris too, doesn't he?
Yeah,
Or he played
Stellaris and things like
Stellaris
that.
for quite some time. you know. So yeah.
Like so like so like
Mhm.
if Stellaris had more of like an Eve style gameplay,
Mhm.
but with
Mhm.
the still the overview of Stellaris, like you can sink into a single ship like an Eve,
Mhm.
and
Mhm.
but like Eve, you can own a whole corporation, you control all these moving parts,
Right,
but
right.
you're still ship. So if they still had the overhead view and you still come down that single ship, that would be huge.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense.
At
Anyway.
least that's what I think personally.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, I'm sure there are a few people who are kind of the same, but it'll be interesting to see what they decide to do, because it's like even during this pre-order period, it's like, well, one, they're offering the digital deluxe edition, which is like $60 normally when after the reviews and stuff come out, but it also seems like, I don't know, it's interesting because do they really have confidence in their product to actually sell at $60 for the deluxe edition?
Yeah,
For the most part, because I feel like, at least at this point, even though the pre-orders have a little bit of a discount to it, is that you saying cautionarily, like, we don't feel like we're confident this game's going to sell as well as it should?
yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'm very wary in titles like that. I'm very
mm-hmm.
wary in titles
Mm-hmm.
that offer a discount for pre-ordering.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it'll be interesting. Anyway, I mean, what do you think when it comes down to it? Because, like, this goes to CD Projekt Red, and, I'm all about updates. I like that games do get constant updates to some degree, but with how many issues are in Cyberpunk right now, are hot patches really the way to go, or is it better to have a full patch that just addresses all issues? Because December 11th, they dropped hot patch 1.04, which fixed a few issues. 7 days later, they dropped this new patch, which is supposed to fix a lot of quest issues, addressed AMD processing issues, and many other things that were kind of minuscule at the moment. It seems,
I think I think they need both. So they have the
Mhm.
hot patches stuff that
Mhm.
is just messing up gameplay,
Mhm.
as in
Mhm.
it completely disrupting what you're doing in the game. So like a
Mhm.
quest breaking, not
Mhm.
completing, or your
Mhm.
quest is failing and you're just getting stuck at a spot. That
Mhm.
needs to be hot patch. You can't wait
Mhm.
for a full patch to fix an issue like that.
Mhm.
But I'd say like other things that are
Mhm.
annoying but not game breaking, like graphical
Mhm.
issues, those type of
Mhm.
things, they can wait for a full patch because the game is
Mhm.
still working, it's still running.
Mhm.
Um,
Mhm.
but but fixing actual content, I think needs to be hot patch.
Mhm. Yeah,
It,
because I
it's
know like the newest patch, one of the issues I just ran into is it fixed a few small quests that were maybe having issues, which is good, but it created a new problem where something like you have to wait a day for what's his name, Takamura or whatever his name is, that the guy that
Mhm.
you run into. You have to wait a day for him to call you, and guess what happens? You wait like a day and he doesn't call you because the quest is broken at that point. And then you have to basically, to fix it, save, reload, and then once you reload, he actually calls you, which is like, oh my goodness, really? That just, I
I don't
don't
think I
know.
got the yeah, I don't think I
Yeah.
got that glitch. There's a couple times I had to
Mm.
wait from the call man. He did call me.
Well,
I
I
don't know how
mean,
long
this
it
is
actually took him to call
maybe,
me because I was doing a whole bunch
yeah.
of other stuff.
Well, I think this was just more with the 1.5 deployment of the patch because you were probably running on the 1.4 deployment of the patch, and maybe the
Uh,
1.5 deployment of the patch all of a sudden just added that issue where he's not calling you because the code is like trying to run that diversion path, but it doesn't. Because I was running the 1.4 patch and it was working fine. And if I had waited a day, I'm sure he would have called me because I was in the middle of the whole time lapse between that whole day.
yeah.
So it's like, oh, okay. But that's the thing, is like I noticed that there were some issues
Maybe
that
I
just
did have
restarted.
that glitch.
Mm,
I think I
maybe.
might have had that glitch because
Mm,
there was a point to where he was supposed to call me
mm,
and I did a whole bunch of other stuff. I did other
mm,
quests, I did race, I did like
mm,
there's it was days
mm,
before he called me back, and he only
mm,
called me after I went to sleep and woke back up. All of a sudden, my
mm.
phone is like the first thing that happened is Takamura's calling me. I'm like, what the fuck?
Mm,
Like I
yeah.
just crawled out of bed in the game and
Mhm.
answered it, and then like I was actually ending my play right there. So I always go to sleep
Mhm.
and get back
Right.
up because usually you get a quick save at that point,
Mhm.
and so I can get off. And then talking more calls me. I'm like, okay, I'll just do that next time. Maybe I had the glitch. I just never even noticed it. It just
Mm,
happened to play through after I took the phone out
right.
the bed.
Right, right.
Uh,
That makes
when I think
sense.
about it, it was like a solid 3 days.
Mhm.
I was like out there playing a game for a solid 3 days doing other stuff.
Mhm.
I just never
Mhm.
noticed it. I don't play
Mhm.
main missions like
Oh, okay, yeah. Makes sense cuz like for me, I mean, on the offense save, I mean, obviously I would try to do something like that, but a lot of times it's just like, okay, I'm just going to keep going and then I'm just going to save wherever I'm saving because, I manually save everything because I basically
that.
manually
Yeah,
save everything. I don't try to always save, especially when you try to run like three different versions of the game going on. For instance, like a
yeah.
YouTube series, Twitch version and an off stream version, you've got to manually save to some degree. So yeah.
It's funny. I probably should really do that. Just make different versions. But I'm
Hmm.
just doing my corpo scum thing. Like
Hmm.
I'm a corpo. I'm scummy.
Hmm. Yeah.
And corpo doesn't fail at that, man. Even the
Hmm.
corpo dialogue choices are scummy as hell. It just
Hmm.
don't give it doesn't give a crap. Very
Yeah.
like very
Mm.
to the point frank and blunt about it, and a
Mm-hmm,
very
mm-hmm.
like corporate attitude towards whatever the problem.
Right, right. Well, before we get on to the next part, I'm probably going to get a little more water. I'm not sure if you want to take a break or anything, because I know we've
Yeah,
been
I'm going
going
to
for
the
a while.
bathroom.
All right.
I'm trying to like my dinner at the same
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, so we'll take a little break here and then we'll be back in just a little bit, everybody. So, yeah.
Yeah, stick around. It's going to be great.
Yep. I'll see you all in a little bit, everybody.
EXO Academy is a 4-week training program helping female fighting game players take their game and name to the next level. If you'd like to support, please subscribe to our Patreon or purchase merchandise at nexthitwins.com. We've got some of the best players and best coaches involved, and your support can only help us get better.
All right. Well, I'm back. So, we're just gonna wait for Nikosi to return. I think he's still taking a little break, so that's fine. But yeah, I'm back for now. So, um, yeah, I think we're gonna have some. We had at least 2 more points going forward, and I'm not sure if there's anything to add to the point that we were already talking about. But yeah, still will be some points to go over, and maybe there are other stuff that we're going to add near the end, but for the most part, oh, I think he's back. You back? Yep. All right. Yeah, I just got back on myself. Well, I kind of started back and just was passing time. You know what I mean? Anyway. All right. So I'm not sure. You have any more to add about the whole hot patch or full versus a full patch? Because I mean, I know, like you said, I mean, when it comes to see quests and stuff, I feel like those things are like you said, should be patched as soon as they can. But I don't know some of the other visual issues because I'm gonna go over the patch notes really quickly, for project for Cyberpunk. Um, you know, I don't know. Let's see. I'm not sure if because like for me, I don't know how much of these issues were problematic because like for instance, when it comes to Jackie will no longer disappear in the pickup or the heist. I'm not sure if that was an issue. I didn't find that an issue, at least for my gameplay. Fixed an issue preventing players from landing the helicopter in love like fire. I never found that an issue, but I mean apparently it was an issue. Fixed an issue where Takemura would not be calling and play it safe. I don't have that quest line yet, at least in my off stream save, so I'm not sure how many people were affected by that. But apparently people were affected by that. It's no longer possible to trigger the same dialogue twice in Big in Japan, which I'm not sure where that was. Quest wise, I may have seen that quest already, but I'm not sure. Fixed the issue.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Oh.
After you went through the dialogue, you went and did whatever you needed to do.
Mm-hmm.
And even though you don't talk to that person again, you run by them and your same chat dialogue popped up again. I was like, that's weird.
Oh, okay. I don't recall that issue being a problem for me. Fix the issue where
it wasn't really a problem. It was just like I wouldn't say an annoyance. You would have to notice that the chat box popped up when you ran back by them.
Okay. So, and then it was fixed an issue with Delamain appearing upside down at the end of Don't Lose Your Mind, which I done that quest, and I don't recall Delamain ever appearing upside down. I just recalled the cars blowing up, which made me have to save and reload just to fix that issue. So, yeah.
Did you go with saving Delamain, letting his people go, or did you have enough intelligence points to?
I ended up having to reset him because I didn't have enough intelligence to merge his whole mind or all of the parts of him. So, so that's what I did. Then Saul now correctly reaches the van and rears on the storm. Didn't have an issue with that, so I don't know what the issue was with that. I guess he got stuck in a wall or something, would be my guess. Fast traveling before... Yeah, go ahead.
I haven't gotten that far.
Okay.
I met Saul, but I'm still doing the Pan Am stuff, so I don't really know anything about Saul.
Yeah, okay. Well, and then fast traveling before the encounter with Tiger Claw no longer breaks progression I fought the law, which I don't think I've ever had an issue with that. I did do that quest, but I didn't have an issue with that, so...
Yeah,
okay.
I fast travel, so that doesn't pertain to me.
Yeah. Fixed an issue blocking progress in Ghost Town if an autosave made upon Raffin's ship's arrival was loaded. Okay, that's an interesting issue, but I've never had a problem with that, so yeah, I'm not sure if that really fixed my problem or was related to me.
I wonder if some of these are console specific issues.
Possibly. Possibly. The next one, quest-wise, was fixed an issue with not receiving new calls or messages if Happy Together failed as a result of combat. Yeah, don't recall that one happening to me, so someone must have been really aggressive to cause that issue. That would be my guess. Let's see. Another quest issue was Elizabeth Perez stops being excessively insistent with her calls after her job offer is refused. So I guess someone refused the job and kept getting calls. My guess. The scene with Misty and Jackie now starts properly after leaving Victor's clinic, which I'm not sure if that was an issue at all.
There was an issue because I didn't understand it.
Oh, okay.
Because right before like if you talk to Misty, if you tell like instead of doing like you're lovely and you're talking after you're injured, apparently they had an argument when you got your upgrades for the job.
Oh, okay.
Apparently they're arguing.
Oh,
I
okay.
never saw the argument.
Okay. Interesting.
And Jackie makes reference when he's dying in the car that his last conversation with Misty, with an argument, and he wished they talked about something different. So
okay, I see.
So I'm guessing that's what that is.
Probably. Yeah, that makes sense. Because I just remember the lines when Jackie's dying is Misty, she always knew, but there was nothing about like an argument or anything like that. So interesting. Okay. Because I did listen to the dialogue at least once or twice, at least offhand. Wakako's dialogues no longer get blocked after finishing Search and Destroy, which I guess was an issue. I'm not sure what the issue was with that, but I haven't done a Wakako mission in a long time. Or I completed them all. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah.
I can't see how I'm good standing with Wakako still when I keep killing Tiger Claws. I kill those guys more than anybody else.
Anyway, right. Anyway, walking away from Stefan in Sweet Dreams shouldn't prevent other characters from calling you anymore, which interesting. I'm guessing that might have been an issue because I did at one point walk away from Stefan during the beginning of Sweet Dreams, but it was before the whole BD thing because I wanted to do something else at the time.
I don't even remember. Is that a side mission or something?
It's a side mission. Sweet Dreams is a side mission. But I'm not sure what the issue was with that, so yeah. Brick's detonator should now be properly interactable for players to disarm or set off your call. Okay. That's interesting. I'm not sure what that was for quest-wise. Elevator doors should now correctly open in the heist. Okay, I guess some people are having problems with the elevator doors. Okay, interesting. Saul now. What? Sorry.
I was saying there's a little lag to it. Nothing like crazy though. Like at one point they're just sitting there. I'm like waiting for them to open, and then they finally open, and then like get on there, wait for Jackie to get on. That took fucking forever, and then wait for them to close. I'm just like, I hit the button. Let's go to the parking lot, please.
Yeah. Saul now correctly gets out of cars in Riders on the Storm. I'd never had an issue with that, and you don't have that quest yet, or you haven't done that quest, so I'm not sure what the issue was with that. Fixed an issue with not receiving new calls or messages after running too far away from Frank and War Pigs. Okay. Interesting. That's interesting, but I'm not sure what that was meant for. Jackie now correctly leaves the factory after the combat is finished in the pickup, which I guess was an issue. I mean, there are multiple ways to finish that quest line, so yeah.
Yeah.
Fixed an issue with Militech reinforcements not spawning if driving through the gate too fast and forward to death. Okay. I'm not sure where that is. That must be near the end or something. I'm not entirely sure. Skipping time while in the club in violence no longer results in issues with progression. Okay. Huh. Interesting issue. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was like,
Mm-hmm.
there's the things with the time skip that I don't like.
Mm-hmm.
It's just they're very abrupt.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden you're somewhere else. And you're just like, wait, what the hell just happened? It'll be like at this really immersive time in a story, then all of a sudden there's a time skip.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just like, well, I want to know what the hell happened. Like with Judy and Evelyn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like it skips the whole interaction with the police.
Mm-hmm.
You heard her yelling at the
Mm-hmm.
police on her phone.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
then you're putting Evelyn, a dead body, back in the bedroom on the bed.
Mm-hmm.
And then she comes in, you're talking, and you're talking about her interaction. The next thing you know is a time skip and you're on a roof. You never saw the police interaction.
Yeah.
I thought that was insane. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
That's like the first part of the story right there. You just skip over it. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah.
I want to know what actually happened. So they're talking about finding her, and she's like, go ahead on the phone, and then that's it. That's all.
And then I guess there was an issue with fixed an issue with not receiving new calls or messages after Pyramid Song has been abandoned midway. I never abandoned the quest, so I don't know how big of an issue that was. And I know you haven't gone to that part of the quest yet. Let's see. Fixed an issue. Yeah.
I would say I just don't abandon quests. Just keep doing it until you get it right.
Yeah. And then there was a fixing issue whereby Delamain core could be already broken when the player enters the core room in Don't Lose Your Mind. Not sure how big of an issue that was, but okay. Then there was fixed issues with Delamain not appearing or doing nothing outside the afterlife in the heist quest. Again, I don't see how big of an issue that was, but okay, that must have been an issue council-wise, possibly, I would guess. Fixed an issue with Objective getting stuck on Talk to Victor in the Ripper dock. Okay. Maybe that was a council issue, not a PC issue. But again, I'm not entirely sure. Fixed an issue with Objective getting stuck on Talk to Victor in the Ripper dock. Okay. Interesting. Fixed an issue whereby it was impossible to talk to the bouncer in front of Lizzie's in the information. I mean, okay, yeah, that was slightly an issue, but I found a way to fix it, which was scanning her, surprisingly. So, yeah, not a big issue, in my opinion. Or as big of an issue as people thought it would
that
be.
That always seems to be my follow-up when I'm like, again, they have an exclamation point or someone, it's like not working, I scan them. I don't know, it's just an automatic thing. Scan them, see what's going on. Maybe I gotta kill this person or what?
Yeah. Added description for Don't Lose Your Mind in the journal, which I don't know what that was all about, but okay. I guess people didn't know what that mission was all about, so okay. Fixed an issue preventing the player from saving using fast travels and talking to other NPCs after reloading a save with an active call with Frank in War Pigs. Okay, I'm not sure what that's all about, but okay.
That's oddly specific.
Yeah. Fixed an issue with Pan Am not calling about any other matter until I'll Fly Away is completed. Okay. Okay, interesting. Fixed an issue with Dum Dum following V after the pickup is finished. Okay. I'm not even sure why Dum Dum would be following V after the pickup is finished, but okay. Gameplay wise, the issues were fixed is improved the reaction times for NPCs taking cover, corrected the number of shots needed to kill civilians from distance while in combat. Okay. Not sure what those gameplay issues were about, but okay.
Wait, what's the correct number? Because I seen the civilians and they die. I'm like, shit. And then I'll be in the middle of a mission and get a fucking warrant on me. I'm like, God damn it. Then the Popo shows up.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what the correct number would be. I mean, I've never had a problem with it, honestly.
Like I was on the street during a mugging situation with the tiger claw, and my shotgun didn't hit him completely, and like 3 of the pellets went behind him and hit a civilian, and he died. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Next thing I know, I have police swarming me while I'm trying to fight the fucking tiger claw.
Yeah.
The police and the tiger claw, and then I finally kill the tiger claw, and I just get in the car and run.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. And then there were some visual issues that were fixed, which is fixed an issue with Delamain's image being displayed on top of the current caller during phone calls. I mean, that was an issue, but at the same time, I don't think it was a major thing need to be fixed at the moment, because, I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's just me, though. Because you still got the audio and everything, so, yeah. V's mouth doesn't stay open after entering the space lock in Where's My Mind. Okay. Interesting. But I don't know what that issue was all about. Visually. Fixed the issue with UI overlap issues. Okay.
Yeah, I think not in my game, just the Hunter Wild ran into that. Like,
okay.
The UI of one of the guns just didn't go away after Delamain dropped them off at the hotel.
Okay. Yeah, okay. V appears more modest in the inventory preview after the half-year montage. Okay. Don't know what that was going to be about, but okay. NPCs are faster to appear in the quest during Stadium Love. I think I did that quest, and the NPCs didn't seem to be that much of a problem, so, interesting. Added some warmth to HDR. Not sure what that was for, but okay. Let's see. Fixed T-posing NPCs in suspected organized crime activity. Just Say No and Gig Hot Merchandise. Okay. Interesting visual issue. I'm not sure if I've ever ran into that, but okay. Fixed an issue whereby after a brain dance, it was possible to be stuck in third person with no view with no head. Okay, interesting. Interesting.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean that would be funny, but I mean, okay, interesting. Silencer icons are no longer displayed with no image in the inventory. Okay. Let's see. UI wise, they fixed an issue with the weapon crosshair persisting on screen. Never had that issue, but okay. Interesting. The inventory menu no longer closes immediately after opening it for the first time after leaving a car. Have you seen that issue with the UI?
No.
Okay, that's interesting.
I never came across that, no.
I never came across it either, so I wonder if that's a council thing or something.
Even if I did, I don't think I would have noticed it.
Probably. Fixed an issue whereby upon accessing a fast travel terminal, the button shown on the top right corner prompting to open quest journal would not work. Interesting. I wonder how you figured that one out. Because I'm not even sure about that one. Performance and stability, multiple stability improvements, including crash fixes. Never had a crash in the game at all. I mean, maybe I had one crash in the game, but I've only had one crash. Never a stability issue, so I'm not sure if you've
I
had
don't think
that.
I ever even had a crash.
Hmm. Okay.
I had spots where it froze up, but then it started working again momentarily, but never
Hmm.
actual crashes. No.
Okay, so that's interesting. Miscellaneous off-screen explosions now make noise now, so I guess if an explosion happened off-screen, it would now make a noise. Never had an issue with that, but okay. Uh,
I don't think that's something you would even notice. Tell you the truth, you would
yeah.
even notice if that was even a thing. Like
I
how they
never
even
noticed it.
wait. I wonder how they even find that out.
I'm
Like
not
what?
sure. I'm really not sure at
Because
all.
no one, no, if off screen means no one saw it. So if you didn't
Mhm.
hear an explosion, you're like, you didn't see
Mhm.
it, so it doesn't matter. So it's
Yeah.
really weird that they figured that one out.
Yeah. Um, PC specific issues that were fixed. AMD SMT optimized default core thread utilization for 4 core and 6 core AMD Ryzen TM processors. 8 core, 12 core, and 16 core processors remain unchanged and behaving as intended. This change was implemented in cooperation with AMD and based on tests on both sides indicating that performance improvement occurs only on CPUs with 6 cores and less. So, okay. Never had an issue with the AMD processor, so I don't know how big of an issue that is hardware wise.
And I think that's just an optimization thing. And
mm,
AMD is like, hey, our shit should be
mm,
working a lot better than this. That's what I feel
mm,
like that came out of. It's like
mm,
this should be working a lot better than it is right now,
mm, mm,
comparatively. So they probably went back to them like, hey, we need to fix this kind of thing.
mm. Fixed an issue with what were you gonna say something?
I was
Sorry.
gonna say because us
Mm-hmm.
us as consumers, I don't know if we would even notice something like that. If the game ran, the
Mm-hmm.
game ran.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know,
Right, right.
and the news coming out that it was already CPU heavy. So like if you see a freaking percentage spike in the game on your CPU, you thought
Mm-hmm.
nothing of it.
Mm-hmm. Right, right. Let's see. Fixed an issue with the way raw input is collected. Okay. Not entirely sure how that is, what that was meant to be for. Um, removed the use of AVX instruction set, thus fixing crashes occurring at the end of prologue on processors not supporting AVX. Okay. Not entirely sure what the AVX is. I'm not because I'm not. I don't know it. I've just never heard of what AVX is, to be honest.
Mhm.
So, let's see. Removed debug console to prevent functions that could lead to crashes or blocked quests. This doesn't mean we don't want to support the modding community. Stay tuned for more info on that. Okay. I'm not even sure if you could access the console command other than trying to use it as it was intended to be. Or trying to, put it out there, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Ray traced reflections should no longer seem too bright in comparison to the environment. Okay. Okay, that seems interesting. Fixed an issue with Steam overlay crash on game shutdown. Sounds like a Steam
Just
issue.
turn off Steam Overlay. Steam
What?
Overlay is such garbage. I hate Steam Overlay.
Yeah.
Just shut that. It makes games, certain games run slower, worse.
Mm.
It causes stutters if you accidentally hit your shift tab,
Mm.
by
Mm.
whatever means, and the shit like freezes your game and a fucking overlay. But god damn it, turn that garbage off.
Removed the memory pool budgets.csv file, which was not connected with the final version of the game and had no influence on it. It was leftover file used during development to estimate memory usage. It had no effect on how much memory was actually allocated. Perceived performance increase after editing the file may have been related to restarting the game. Okay. Huh. Interesting. And those are all the
Yeah, I heard
PC.
something like that. I heard
Hmm.
someone saying something like that. I'm like, all
Hmm.
right, whatever.
Yeah. Console Pacific wise, they improved the image sharpness with chromatic aberration and film grain on. Settings should no longer reset to default after several game session restarts. Okay. Fixed visual issues occurring during the transition between the heist and Love Like Fire. I guess there were some visual issues somewhere there. Uh, Corrected the look of several vehicles. Okay.
So wait, does that the heist and Love Like Fire? Does that mean they patched out the part where some people get the gun glitch where Jackie's pulling the gun from his head instead of the chip?
Maybe.
Have you seen that glitch before?
I've never seen that. But these are Council Pacific, so, you know.
There's been multiple streams I've seen this. Like when you're in a car and Jackie's dying and he gives
Mm-hmm.
you the relic. On
Mm-hmm.
some people's playthroughs,
Mm-hmm.
for some reason, it's a gun. All of a sudden, a gun appears through Jackie's head, and he's pulling his pistol out of the side of his head and putting it into yours instead of it being the relic.
Maybe that's the issue. I'm not sure.
Dude,
But
it like kills the immersion of that the whole emotional and roller coaster going on in that moment. That kills it. It like kills the whole feel of that scene. And I was just like, wow.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, it's not breaking the game. The game is still going through as intended, but you just killed your entire build up of that entire scene with that graphical glitch. It's just like, ouch.
Yeah. Xbox wise, they fixed the issue entering combat while Symphonic Accelerator is active no longer ends in health bar not being displayed. Okay. I guess some people who are using the accelerator or the one that slows down time for a bit had some health bar not being displayed issues for Xbox. Xbox game no longer becomes unresponsive when signing out from a profile when the controller disconnection message is visible. Okay. Interesting. Telemetry constant requests will appear once more due to an earlier issue with settings reset. Okay, interesting. And then Council Pacific wise fixed an issue whereby it was possible to fall down the elevator shaft in Mega Building H8 in Automatic Love. That actually seems funny. That actually seems funny, to be honest. I'm not sure how that happened, but okay. Boy.
Actually, one thing they really need to fix
Mm-hmm.
during the heist,
Mm-hmm.
there is a boss you're supposed to fight,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and you never do because he's glitched in the elevator.
Right. Huh.
And you just run up behind him, and he keeps doing it like this fast step. He
Mm-hmm.
glitches out of the elevator and comes back, but he never turns around. He never fires at you.
Wow.
You just literally walk up behind him, just keep shooting him in the back of the head until he's dead.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a little mini boss. He has like a freaking light machine gun. He's fully armored. He's a big dude. And it's just like you never actually get to fight him. You just take his fucking sick ass armor off him and go about the mission.
Yeah.
They need to fix that.
But that's all the issues, so I don't know. Interesting, honestly. But yeah, I know I put this random point here, but I don't know. What do you think about the Back for Blood alpha? Like, because it got a lot of hype in the beginning. It had like almost 50 or so thousand people playing it when the alpha first came out, and then I mean, what are your thoughts? Because I mean, it is just the alpha. What do you think? Because obviously, like right now, at least at the moment, Back for Blood at least seems to have a good bit of people who are really trying to, give the alpha at least some form of, hype out there.
It's funny because I just don't get hype for zombie games like that. So
Mm-hmm.
but Like I always felt like there needed to be a new Left for Dead. So they're great. The
Mhm.
developers coming out with something.
Mhm.
To
Mhm.
wet to wet our whistles on. Alpha
Mhm.
wise, I tell you the truth, that game works is running pretty well for it being an alpha. I can tell you that.
Mhm.
I'm like
Mhm.
graphically
Mhm.
it's okay. Obviously they're going to make improvements, but graphically it's okay.
Mhm.
Um, it's it seems to run pretty smooth. I
Mhm.
seem like there seems to be a couple like hitbox stutters, like you run into something, you kind of stutter before you can move again. Very
Mhm.
similar to Dauntless, which they never fix. I don't think they ever will fix.
Uh-huh.
It's frustrating as hell because that half a second can really cost you a lot of health,
Mhm.
depending
Mhm.
on if you're trying to dodge something or whatever.
Right.
Like it has that in Back for Blood, but it's not really that big of a deal. Um,
Mhm. Mhm.
for me, for an alpha level game, that runs pretty damn well.
Mhm. Right. Right. I
The
mean,
hype of it all, I don't
mhm.
know. I don't, I don't
Mhm.
know if it's overhyped. To tell you the truth,
It's
like
probably
during the
mhm.
Game Awards, it received applause, but it wasn't like overly ecstatic. It was like,
Mm.
yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
it wasn't like,
Mhm.
whoa, we gotta
Mhm.
have that type thing. you know,
Mhm. Mhm. Right, right.
um, it it
Right.
it kind of reminded me of
Mhm.
what was it Fallout 76 when they first announced that. Everyone was like, "What the fuck?"
Mhm.
but
Right.
not really like not like what the fuck. It was there. Back for Blood was better than that, but it kind of
Mhm.
reminded me of that, but it wasn't overly enthusiastic.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
having a lot of people look at it though, I think is really good for them.
Mhm.
Um,
Right, right.
I feel like zombie shooters are dying genre right now. They're
Mhm.
starting to die out a bit.
Mhm. Mhm.
Maybe they can breathe some fresh life into it. With
Mhm.
new looking zombies, big massive monsters, and things like that. Turn
Yeah.
it instead of being I would love to see it like turn it into a monster shooter instead of like
Mm.
zombies, just like all types of monsters, like freaking
Mhm.
old school monsters like werewolves, freaking Frankenstein's.
Mhm.
Well, I guess
Yeah.
technically that's a zombie. Technically, like
Yeah.
vampires and werewolves. Add some of the old school swamp things.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah. I can understand that. It'll be interesting to see what they decide to move forward with going on. And I'll be keeping an eye on Back for Blood, see how people will, I guess, react to it and what will happen moving forward. Because I
Yeah,
mean, it's never been my type of game. Left for Dead, those style games, at least for me, were never my thing. I mean, they were cool, but it just like I never really got into it for say. So, but I know there are a lot of people who did get super into it.
yeah.
So
I always
yeah.
like watching those type of games, like the Horde massive come in, like Vermintide
Mhm.
and
Mhm.
Left 4 Dead and all those types. Like I played zombies on Call of Duty, which
Uh
was
huh.
fun. But I haven't played like them recently, any of the
Mhm.
recent ones really. So
Yeah.
I get the appeal. It's fun to watch.
Mhm.
I don't know, not my thing.
Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. But yeah, I mean, what are your thoughts? I mean, moving on, like, because I mean, obviously we got the Steam, or we have what is it? Ubisoft doing a holiday sale, Epic Games doing a holiday sale. I mean, Steam hasn't really launched a winter or a holiday sale yet. So, what are your thoughts on that?
Because the Steam sale is after Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
The Steam sale
Right.
is always after Christmas. The day after Christmas until New Year, Steam has this massive, utterly
Mm-hmm.
ridiculous sale. It's like 75% off on a
Mm-hmm.
huge amount of games. And
Yeah.
I always spend like $200.
Right. Right.
So their winter sale is coming. It's just
Mm-hmm.
after Christmas.
Yeah.
They do it every year.
Yeah. Alright, right. Anyway, I mean, let's move on to like another point that I kind of thought of at least with this talk, and that's, I mean, when it comes to deciding on your platform as a content creator. I mean, obviously you got a lot of people who will probably tell you Twitch is one of the better platforms out there. They are there. You got your bunch of, I guess, Twitch elitists. You've got your YouTube elitists, and you got so many different people who are just an elitist to this one X platform. What are your thoughts when it comes to like dipping getting started somewhere with the platform that you choose? Like, do you think YouTube is like a better platform to be seen on, or at least a somewhat good platform to be you know be in, or where do you think starting out wise is a is a platform that you would be comfortable, I guess, starting in yourself?
Starting out wise, tell you the truth,
Mm-hmm.
when it just comes to getting exposure, I think
Mm-hmm.
Facebook will probably be a good starting point since they recently
Mm-hmm.
took on Mixer, and
Mm-hmm.
that
Mm-hmm.
whole platform got
Huh.
shaken up.
Mhm,
Like a lot
mhm.
of the biggest streamers left Mixer when they did that, so they're in the process of building. So
Mhm.
being a new content creator, if you're trying to go big,
Mhm.
you want to have a platform that has a viewer base, a decent viewer base,
Mhm.
and is growing. And Facebook fits that to a T. But there are issues
Mhm.
with Facebook gaming, like
Mhm.
they're overly. If you like playing music in your background, I'll let you know
Mhm.
right now. Facebook gaming is overly sensitive to
Mhm.
your music in your background. It
Mhm.
doesn't matter if you're running pretzel or no copyright music whatsoever. If there is
Mhm.
another song that even has anything close to the melody played on whatever song you're playing on pretzel, you are
Mhm.
going to get smacked.
Mhm. Mhm.
It,
Right.
it gets to the point where they shut your stream down,
Ah.
like
Mhm.
straight up turn your stream off remotely.
Mhm. Mhm.
so, so that's one of my gripes when I was on Facebook. But
Mhm.
I'm still there. I just post videos, videos,
Mhm.
videos, videos. Um,
Right. Right.
it- Twitch, like if you're going to do, uh,
Mhm.
especially YouTube, YouTube is a place
Mhm.
I would start with videos. Build your channel
Mhm.
first before
Right.
you go to live streaming. You know,
Right. Mhm.
because YouTube is a video platform. They have live streaming, but most people
Mhm.
that go on YouTube are not looking for live streams. It just happens like, oh,
Mhm.
they get on and then, hey, one of my favorite YouTubers live streaming.
Mhm.
Perfect example of this.
Mhm.
H2O Delirious never live streamed
Mhm.
ever. His
Mhm.
He was a straight video poster. He just did his first live stream
Hmm.
with Cyberpunk,
Mm. Okay.
and he
Hmm.
got a huge reception. You're talking about a guy with
Um.
last time I looked, he was close to 4 million subscribers.
Mm.
Dude had a huge reception. It was like watching a Doctor Disrespect stream. Of the amount of
Mm.
donations coming through, people.
Mhm.
What do they call that? Joining. It's
Mhm.
yeah, that's what they call it on YouTube. Joining, and the amount of
Yeah.
people joining and all this other
Mhm.
stuff. It was insane. The guy's
Mhm.
hilarious. I love watching his videos.
Mhm.
I think he's the only massive YouTuber that I actually watch. Him and
Mhm.
cartoons.
Mhm. Mhm. Right.
Let me look. I feel
Right.
like I got his number wrong. Hold on, let me look up the lyrics. I think it's cartoons with 3 million. I think the lyrics is bigger than that.
Mhm.
Yeah, Delirious has 13.1 million subscribers.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
cartoons is the one with three
Hmm.
point six million subscribers. So
Mm.
I love watching those guys. They're hilarious to me.
Mhm.
Um,
Right.
I but him build see him never streaming before, never live streamed before, and then him having this huge
Mhm.
community. So when he live streamed,
Mhm.
I can't. Dude, he had over 1 million viewers. It was
Mhm.
absolutely insanity.
Mhm.
I was like, holy
Mhm.
crap.
Yeah.
The fact that he was keeping up with, for the most part, with the donations and things like that, and it was
Mhm.
I thought it was wild. I was like, how is he doing that? That is insanity.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah.
but but I think, yeah, just build a community.
Mhm.
Get a few thousand subscribers under your belt if you're going to do the YouTube route, then live stream, or
Mhm.
get 1,000 subscribers, then live stream, because then you
Um.
have a community already. Um,
Mhm. Mhm. Right.
And the thing about it is
Mm.
you if you're going to do this on YouTube,
Mm.
you're going to have to be very similar to your video. So if you're making videos on YouTube and you're
Mm.
doing a lot of cuts of yourself, you know, you got to re-record and things over and over again. You're going to
Mm.
have to get to the point where you're one taking, or the
Mm.
experience isn't going to be the same, and you're not going to get the viewership on YouTube. People are going to kind of fade off. Like this, his videos are
Mm.
better, or whatever the case may be,
Mm.
because Delirious doesn't have that problem. I've like
Mm.
watching his live stream,
Mm.
like it, his mannerisms, everything, and I don't think to me, I don't think he does a lot of cuts on his videos because
Mm.
his demeanor, his delivery is still the same as his
Right.
videos. It's a
Right.
little different. Obviously, he does a little bit of editing. It's a
Mm.
tiny bit different, but you
Mm.
really got to pay attention and notice that stuff. But the persona he
Mm.
gives off in his videos is exactly the same persona he has during his live stream. So it's good.
Mm. I see. Yeah. Makes sense.
Um, and then Twitch wise, like what can I say? Twitch is like the OG of gaming live streams.
Mm.
you know,
Yeah.
um, some
Mm.
people say it's luck if you make it big. I don't think is luck per se. I think
Mm.
certain people
Mm.
have very fine set of skills. So, you know, people
Mm.
have better charisma. Some people network better than others. And these
Mm.
individuals are the ones getting ahead because they're using the skills they have. You
Mm.
know, they're skills that they are better than most in to get ahead on the platform. You can't
Mm.
expect just to start a stream and just be like,
Mm.
oh, okay, you know, I'm going to make it big because I'm a streamer. No, that's not
Mm.
how it works.
Mm.
You got to be entertaining
Mhm.
first off,
Yeah.
and got to be consistent, and that's the
Mhm.
biggest part of this. If you're an individual, not like me, because I do
Mhm.
streaming for fun. If you're an
Mhm.
individual who wants to make streaming a career, you gotta be consistent. You have to show up for your streams, no matter if you want to
Mhm.
or not. You know,
Mhm.
if you're not feeling it that day, you don't have that luxury starting out. You need to show up
Mhm.
on your schedule. If
Yeah.
you're having a problem showing up on your schedule, you need to change the schedule. You know
Mhm.
what I mean? So
Yeah.
like if I was going to get serious, and you know,
Mhm.
I would set an alarm for my streams, just flat
Mhm.
out. Like my streams are set for 10:30. I would have a 9:30 alarm to get, if I happen to be asleep, to get my ass out of bed, go to the bathroom,
Mhm.
you know, splash some water on my face, you know,
Mhm.
shave if I have to, get ready for a stream if I was going to get
Mhm.
seriously into this. And
Yeah.
you know, setting out a routine. If you're not playing just one game, you're playing multiple games, you're a variety streamer. Set a
Mhm.
schedule for what games or what you're going to be doing for
Yeah.
certain days, so it's
Uh,
consistent.
uh,
And
Yeah.
it's the human brain loves, you know, routine. It
Mhm.
gravitates towards routine because routine is the easiest to deal with and comprehend because you do it over and
Mhm.
over again.
Yeah. I
And
mean,
then it still creates a little variety,
mhm.
not a lot, very
Mhm.
little variety. And then the human consciousness is happy, so you
Mhm.
gotta understand that.
Mhm.
So there's different approaches to every platform.
Yeah,
So
I think like when it comes to like my YouTube channel, for instance, a lot of things I've been doing recently is tips videos, my thoughts, and and in series, and in like series, basically. You know, that's all I've been doing recently on my channel, and I mean, I think it kind of it works as long as I can, you know, stay have the ball, if you will,
yeah,
when it comes to
yeah.
put, putting that stuff out there. You know, I mean, obviously, I
Oh,
have a few highlights and whatnot that go in there every once in a while, but that's like not often. You know.
yeah. I keep forgetting this thing about being a streamer. Here's a
Hmm.
part that no one ever tells you in any freaking tutorial or anything
Hmm.
you ever seen about streaming.
Hmm.
You need to market yourself.
Hmm. Right.
But you need to sell
Hmm.
yourself. You need to do these things.
Hmm.
It's like it's I was going to say
Mhm.
it's like starting, but it's not like starting a business. It is starting a business.
Mhm.
You need to do the marketing. You need to do the admin work. You need to be posting on Twitter,
Yeah.
Facebook, your old other social medias, Instagram,
Mhm.
TikTok, all that other stuff. You need to be posting on there
Mhm.
about your stream on Twitch or
Mhm.
whatever platform you're on.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah.
need to be posting um, all across.
Mhm.
Like if you're streaming on one platform, make videos on YouTube to
Mhm.
gravitate more people to your platform, and on
Mhm.
Facebook and all that stuff. You need to be marketing,
Mhm.
and a lot of tutorials don't tell you this. They'll tell you about the gear you should have,
Mhm. Mhm.
what you should be doing if you're sticking to games, one game,
Mhm.
what you should be doing that, if you're variety stream, what you should be doing with
Mhm.
that, finding a niche. And everyone talks about this, but no one talks
Mhm.
about the hard part of marketing your stream. It
Yeah.
has to be done. No matter if you like doing it or not, you need to take the time to do
Mhm.
the quote unquote admin work behind the scenes when you're not on camera,
Yeah. I
when you're
mean,
not in front of the microphone. It's all a
yeah.
part of that.
Like one other thing that I've been trying to do myself is that, like, for instance, when it comes to the whole marketing thing as well, I would say if you have a game that you're passionate about or you wanna follow, you have like that brand. I mean, try to stay ahead of the ball game by, you know, say heads upping people if you see something like from, for instance, I'm gonna put Sapphire Tech out there because I want to get one of their RX 6800s. You know, if they're doing something that you that they're that you think they somebody else wants to know about, then you know retweet it or at least respond in some way to that thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's part of um
Mhm.
going full corpo scum here right now.
Yeah.
I used to be a part of a corporation. I climbed into management in a corporation, so this is where
Mhm.
my experience coming from. This
Mhm.
is what they would call knowing your business.
Mhm.
Knowing your business. So, like you said, you're interested in something that's part of the gaming community, that's coming out with
Mhm.
something, knowing your business, staying up to date on the information, and
Mhm.
being able to deliver that information coherently and clearly to your audience is a
Mhm.
huge part of it also.
Mhm.
If you're playing a game, knowing
Mhm.
about the game updates, reading the dev notes and all that stuff before you get online, so you can mention these
Mhm.
dev notes. Um, so
Mhm.
when people come on your stream with fake information, you can call them out like, no, that's not what they said. This is what they said in the dev notes, so you have it, you can cite it and everything like that.
Mhm.
That goes into a lot of running a business, knowing
Mhm.
your business.
Right. Right.
Um, don't let someone else be the one to come into your stream and tell you about your major marketing and selling point on your stream.
Mhm.
You should already
Mhm.
know.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I mean, we've been going for a while. I mean, is there anything else you would say when it comes to like the whole networking thing, collaborations or whatever? Because I know you always hear people talk about collaborating with others, trying to, network out and stuff. And I've been trying to do my best when it comes down to that stuff. But at the same time, let's face it,
Mhm.
we're only able to do so much at one way or in one way or another. You
the,
know
the
what I
the
mean?
problem so hey, here's another little corporal scum tidbit that they don't teach you normally.
Mhm.
There's a rule, and
Mhm.
especially when you're building a business relationship, that
Mhm.
you
Mhm.
don't actually build rapport until you have 12 interactions, a minimum of 12 interactions with somebody.
Mhm.
So just going to someone's stream, and I'm talking about personal interaction, not just being in someone's stream and typing in their uh
Mhm.
their chat. I'm talking like in DMs, on Discord,
Mhm.
off the job type stuff.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
if you're trying to do a collab, make
Mhm.
sure you have 12 personal interactions with that individual before you even consider it, because
Mhm.
before that you're just more of like an acquaintance, someone they happen to know, or someone they happen to talk to at that point. They don't really know you. Even after the 12 interactions, they still don't really know you, but they will most likely feel more comfortable with doing something with you. And
Right.
and that's I don't know if you ever heard that. I know a lot. Every time I say that to someone, they're like 12. I'm like, yes, 12. The minimum is 12.
I've heard some of that before, but definitely something good to know for people, because obviously, even for myself, a lot of times I'm trying to do interactive stuff. I try to make sure I'm interacting with people, but I mean, the people I really know the best are someone like Roseguard, who is a streamer I watch, putting that out there. Wesker, I'm pretty sure you know him, at least to some degree.
Cool,
yeah. Obviously I've had a lot of interactions with you.
Yeah.
Let's see, Fat Finger Stream, I've recently started interacting with him in his community. I've had a few interactions with people like Aru, who she's currently playing Fall Guys right now. But
you and Flaming Monocle?
Flaming Monocle, yeah, plenty of interactions with him, at least to some degree. Hunter Wild, we've had plenty of interactions, but I haven't talked to him in quite some time because I've just been like swamped with YouTube stuff. So it's like I'm trying to make a point to interact with them, but at the end of the day,
people don't realize how much time making YouTube videos takes. I'm like, Jesus, the editing. Oh, I spend hours on editing sometimes. And sometimes you just gotta buckle down, like turn off the videos in the background and all that stuff, and just buckle down and edit. Like that's what happened to I was late to the one. Was that last week? I think.
Yeah,
I was
last week.
Super late. I was actually in front of my computer the whole time. I was just immersed in my editing, trying to get the video done.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it doesn't take me long to edit a video. It's just sometimes I'm trying to network with people on Twitch, and then it's like, oh crap, I gotta get this edit done. And I'm like, well, that was a waste of time, because before you know it, my schedule is like popping off, and I'm like, oh crap, I gotta do this now. So it's just like, it's sometimes just so, I wouldn't say it's tiring, but it's just like so swamped sometimes you're with everything you do.
Your schedule is just packed, and it's funny because with editing, technically the edits don't take long. It's just sometimes I have an idea, I edit it, and I get it in the video, and then I play it back through. I'm like, and it doesn't really work, so I'm like taking it off, changing it, and things like that. So it's like just getting the feel right for me on certain things. Like sometimes I'll add a visual, and then I'll play it through, and I'm like, it doesn't really pop unless I add a sound type thing, or I'll have a sound and it doesn't exactly match up to the action in the video, so I gotta fine tune it so the sound goes off, or the portion of the sound happens right at an impact point, like when I put "be gone" thought, like the word "thought" has to happen at the exact point of impact, so it just goes off and just looks good and sounds good at the same time.
Yes.
So it's just things like that takes time. It's just the aesthetic, I guess you would call it. The aesthetic of it all. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's the right word.
But yeah, I get that, and it's definitely one of those things. Like, you look at it, and you sometimes, I mean, you always hear this network as much as you can, but if you are doing YouTube on the side, or you are trying to make a regular YouTube video so that you can also have the spread out of, the people who are coming from YouTube also kind of coming over to your Twitch, then, you've gotta basically just somehow buckle down on it. You gotta find a way to make it where, it works, because a lot of time, especially on YouTube, and I can tell you this from doing tips videos and reviews and stuff, a lot of your time is spent playing the game, not so much for fun, but playing the game so that you can actually make an honest, actual in-depth knowledge of what is happening with these things. Like, that's a lot of my time, is I play games so I can kind of go, okay, here's the tip I want to give, and then I record those tips, or, I write those tips down first and foremost. So I know what I'm saying, but then I also have to make sure that I have the recordings ready to go for that
Yeah,
very
like
particular tip.
basically you're recording for content. Like
Mm-hmm.
there's, I think people that make content for Among Us run into a lot because a
Mm-hmm.
lot of the good Among Us videos is about imposters,
Mm-hmm.
playing the imposter round. So
Mm-hmm.
like people get frustrated, they don't get imposter, they've been playing for hours and are a freaking
Mm-hmm.
crewmate every freaking time. And it's just like, well, shit, I
Mm-hmm.
can't. They'll be playing for hours on end trying to make content for their YouTube or whatever. At
Mm-hmm.
the same time, like I ran into it playing Rocket Arena because
Yeah.
I don't want to post videos of me playing like shit, but there was one day where I was playing like absolute shit. Any other
Mm-hmm.
game, I would have just turned it off. But I'm like, I
Mm-hmm.
was like, I have a Rocket Arena video scheduled for my YouTube channel,
Mm-hmm.
so I had to continue play. I stepped away
Mm-hmm.
for a minute, got something to drink.
Mm-hmm.
I think I ordered a chai tea from Wawa. Waited that get here, chugged the chai tea, got back on the system or got back on my computer and
Mm-hmm.
played like a madman to get a couple games in there that I could shot a video of. And
Mm-hmm.
that's actually the video that I just posted on YouTube that I had to
Mm-hmm.
do that for. Because
Right.
early or like the hours before those games, I was getting shut down hard,
Mm-hmm.
super hard. Like it
Yeah.
was ridiculous. I'm like, I was just completely getting outplayed.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But
Yep.
coming back to it, and like I said, playing for content. I had to. I promised
Mm-hmm.
the Rocket Arena videos. I had to play until I had a good video
Mm-hmm.
for YouTube. So
Yeah.
it is what it is. It happens. Like I said, it's
Mm-hmm.
a business. Sometimes
Yeah.
it's a job.
Yep.
It's fun, but
Mm-hmm.
sometimes you're going to have to do things if you want to be successful. You're going to have to do things you don't feel like
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
on,
Yeah.
and I would say on a consistent basis. There's that word again,
Mm-hmm.
consistency. On a consistent basis, you're going to probably have to do something you don't really feel like doing at the moment. You
Mm-hmm.
might be okay with it once you start, but when just getting started is rough sometimes.
Yes.
I'm sure
Yes.
you can relate. Just sometimes just getting on
Mm-hmm.
stream, like you might not be 100%, but it's like, but I scheduled it, so I got to do it.
Yeah.
I said I was going to do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
fighting away a lazy for me is sometimes, man. I get lazy, and I
Mm-hmm.
think this past year I gotten really lazy. This past year,
Mm-hmm.
being out of a 9 to 5 job this past year and just kind of
Mm-hmm.
doing my thing, it made me kind of lazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm trying to fight it back now. I'm trying to get back on my consistent working type thing. So
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
hopefully 2021 goes better. Who
Yep.
would have ever thought 2020 was going to be a shit year? Back in the 90s, we were like, we couldn't wait for 2020. 2020 was like the mark of the future, flying cars and
uh,
automated vehicles, which we actually have surprisingly.
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All the cool stuff from Back to the Future was happening in 2020, right?
Yeah. But I mean, it is what it is, I guess you could say,
Mhm.
But anyway, I think one thing. Well, let's talk about this because I know I'm looking back at my at Keymailer and stuff. But like, what are your thoughts when it comes to requesting? Well, not even requesting keys, but getting a chance to cover a game for pretty much for free, and they will, give you the key if you do a cover on this particular game. You know, what are your thoughts on that? But
Mhm.
really quickly before we start closing things out.
Well, just covering a game for free, and you're saying giving free
Like
stuff to you, or giving the
they
game
will
for
give
free?
you, like, for instance, like I requested a key for Ride 4, even though that probably will not come in because my channel is just not big enough, and I doubt the people who created Ride will actually ever give me the key. But let's just say that someone like Milestone Stone will give you the key as long as you do at least one or two videos to cover it. What are
Mhm.
your thoughts? Like, I mean, obviously it's kind of a sponsored thing, even if you're not being paid. But like, what are your thoughts when it comes to that kind of coverage or that kind of content? Going forward.
Um,
You know.
it's good. It's business. It's a business
Mm-hmm.
aspect of it.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you're not a huge
Mhm.
have a huge community or something like that, you're providing them with
Mhm.
actual video content they can possibly use for their, let's say, a future commercial or a future
Mhm.
trailer.
Mhm.
You have an individual who's played your game, that liked your game, whatever the case may be, saying positive things about it.
Mhm.
You don't even have to shoot the video because it was already made for you. All you got to do is
Mhm.
download and make a cut for your
Mhm.
trailer, whatever. So
Right,
it's a
right.
business interaction.
Mhm.
A perfect example of this. My brother, his current computer
Mhm.
is a $10,000 rig. Okay,
Mhm. Mhm.
so he got a 1080 Ti from the
Mhm.
video for free
Mhm.
for a PR project. So after he
Mhm.
built it, he had to take pictures of it.
Uh-huh.
He had to send them the
Mhm.
actual benchmarks and things like that because it was this Threadripper system. When Threadripper first came out, it was a Threadripper system running a
Mhm.
1080 Ti and
Mhm.
throwing it to the
Mhm.
benchmarks. He sent him the picture of the numbers from the different benchmarks, how
Mhm.
well it interacted with the Threadripper
Mhm.
on games
Mhm.
and things like that.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
he sent him all these pictures and pictures of the actual system with the RGB and all this stuff. And the PR team
Mhm.
let him keep the 1080 Ti for nothing,
Mhm.
absolutely nothing. It was
Right.
amazing.
Mhm.
I'm like, I need to do that. So my
Yeah.
brother, from this, my brother actually has a side business
Mhm.
called D Nasty Computers, where he
Mhm.
builds custom rigs for people. Like all
Mhm.
the people from his job is come to build rigs. You give them a budget,
Mhm.
whatever you want to spend, and he
Mhm.
picks. Basically, you give him a budget, you tell him what you want to do, and he builds a system from scratch, all the way
Mhm.
from the tower to the motherboard, CPU,
Mhm.
everything handpicked by him. Each piece
Mhm.
that will mesh together, will collab or go together properly, so you won't have any conflict issues with hardware,
Mhm.
and they work the best together. Because
Mhm.
one thing, you might have a super fast, say, CPU,
Mhm.
but there's a slower CPU that works better for your parts, so you get
Mhm.
better performance. He's really
Mhm.
good at finding out that type of information.
Mhm.
So
Mhm. Right.
you like, okay, I want a Ryzen 7, and for your parts that you're getting, the Ryzen 5 will work better type
Mhm.
situation.
Mhm.
and
Right.
so he's really good at doing that. And I seen him put together these amazing systems. And there was one system, guy was like, yeah, do whatever you want. Just gave him free reign. And we both
Mhm.
looked at him like, you don't realize what that statement means. And my brother's like, no. How much you want to spend? He goes, I can build you a 25 $30,000 system if you want. I could do that.
Mhm.
He's like, the guy was like, wait, what? He goes, yeah. He's like, points to his machine. He goes, that machine over there is 10K. I'm like,
Mhm.
so you saying there is no ceiling? It's like, I need to know what your budget is.
Uh-huh.
and
Yeah.
and it turns out that the guy had a like a 15K budget. So it's like,
Mhm.
he had a huge budget, but like when my brother's like, I could build you a $25,000 system, is that what you want? He's like, whoa, wait a minute. I didn't know this stuff can get that expensive. He's like,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah.
But the system he built him was, oh my God, that thing
Mhm.
was
Right.
beautiful. Beautiful.
Right.
Like when he was done, we're both looking at it like, I'm kind of jealous right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
We were both kind of just like, God, that thing is sexy. Like the whole color scheme, the
Mhm.
because he does hard tube water cooling.
Mhm.
Um, he builds the water cooling loop like from scratch. He just buys the tubes, he bends them all on his own, all that stuff,
Mhm.
and he every loop he's ever put in the system is completely different. So he
Mhm.
built my gaming rig. My loop looks
Mhm.
completely different from anyone else's he's built. His loops are never exactly the
Mhm.
same. It's no cookie cutter way. Like
Mhm.
my has this kind of like for my
Mhm.
CPU has a
Uh-huh. Yeah.
diagonal hard tubing
Mhm.
that runs parallel, and it runs to
Mhm.
my graphics card. It looks really cool to me. Like some
Mhm.
people want that though. So
Yeah.
it's crazy. My loop, I love my loop.
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
just don't have the lighting like everyone else does because I'm not a fan of the rainbow RBG stuff.
Mhm.
I just like a solid color. Like I
Mm-hmm.
have a solid blue running through my system. I'm not
Mm-hmm.
really into that color changing stuff
Yeah.
personally.
Yeah.
But like
Yeah.
I said, that's a personal preference. But he's really good at doing that type of stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm glad he built my system. I love
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. I mean, I considered building my a new system, but at the moment I've got the Cyber Power one, and that that's going to be the one I'm just going to continue to upgrade at this point because it works
Yeah.
well, and until a new dashboard or a new Ryzen processor comes out that is incompatible with this one, I don't see much reason to switch out, other than maybe make upgrades over time. you know.
Yeah. Like this system, only thing I'm looking to upgrade is maybe the GPU. Like I'm
Mm-hmm.
running a 2700X, and
Mm-hmm.
I don't see a reason to get rid of it. It runs perfectly fine for everything I
Mm-hmm.
use it for. I'm like, well,
Mm-hmm.
the new ones are the new CPUs are leagues better than what I got, but I don't care. Like
Yeah.
I don't need to change it. It's not bottleneck.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a bottlenecking issue for me. So
Mm-hmm.
there's no point. But
Mm-hmm.
I,
Anyway.
I'm thinking about getting my GPU changed. I
Mm-hmm.
got it's a 1080 Founders on a
Mm-hmm.
water cooling loop, so it does run like a super clock 1080
Mm-hmm.
with the overclocking on it. So
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
it's not a TI because it doesn't have
Mm-hmm.
the the VRAM for it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
I can get it up that high, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I want it to last long, so I don't want to burn it out.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. Anyway, I mean, I think, last thing I guess we could talk about is I would say, I mean, obviously this is another business thing, and that's you know, how would you, I guess, and this is more like, how would you approach it? Because, like, if you're, for instance, interested in Rocket League, like, let's just put Rocket League out there, and you want to try to continue to maybe progress or even keep in contact or have maybe Rocket League, like the Rocket League devs, kind of look to your posts and stuff, and maybe even look at your videos, how would you, at least, to some degree, approach that relationship, or how would you make it to where they start maybe looking towards your content, and even maybe promoting some of it, to say the very least.
Send it to their PR team,
Mhm.
hands down, straightforward.
Mhm.
If you can get a hold of their PR email address, build a
Mhm.
relationship with their PR team.
Mhm.
Like because if you do that, you don't necessarily have to have a huge following
Mhm.
to get get noticed, get paid for your content. It's like, hey, I can make. Do you like this video
Mhm.
about your game? Yeah, you do. I
Mhm.
can make more for you. Build the business.
Mhm. Mhm.
Like yeah, you could do the Twitter thing and adding them on Twitter on your videos and things like that. That might get seen.
Mhm.
That might not get seen. But if you can get a hold of a
Mhm.
PR email, so you're dealing directly
Mhm.
with them and
Mhm.
and not through social media, you'll build a
Right.
better relationship that way.
Right. 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 Well, I mean, I think that's pretty much where we're going to call it today. I know next week you're going to probably be, the next 2 weeks you'll be taking
Yeah,
them off. But,
yeah. Next week is
you
like
know,
Christmas stuff, and then
yeah.
the week after is my brother's birthday.
Yep, yep. And we'll probably be back again probably sometime around the 9th, huh? Or so. If
Yeah,
if that's the time. Seems like, looking at the calendar. But we'll look towards next year. Who knows? I'm not sure. I'm considering what I'm going to be doing, obviously. I don't know if New Year's I will be doing anything. New Year's Eve, maybe I'll be doing a special New Year's Eve stream. Not entirely sure what I'll be doing though. Considered everything, because, not sure what will happen on that Thursday, but I'll figure it out by then. Who knows?
uh,
Mm-hmm.
you know what? You know what's funny? I just found out.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I don't know when this happened. I gotta go back and look when this actually happened.
Mm-hmm.
My stream team shut down. I didn't even
Mm-hmm.
notice.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, wait, what?
Yeah.
I think I was searching for something on Twitter about Twitch, and then like the Twitch stars thing came up. I'm like, what's
Mm-hmm.
this? And then the stream team is no longer active. I was like, what?
Oh wow. Yeah, I saw that. Twitch Stars TV no longer active.
Yeah, that was a year ago. This happened a year ago. I'm just realizing like today.
Yeah.
So all the that means I gotta adjust some of my posts. Yeah, because Twitch
Mm-hmm.
stars are still on there and just
Yeah.
Kane's is probably going
Yeah.
crazy. Like, we're not active anymore, you asshole. That's wild though. But it's funny. I think
Yeah.
it still pops up on my stream, right? Am I thinking right?
Um,
Maybe not my channel.
I don't know. I'm going to check. I can check that real quick. uh, but yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm
It doesn't look like it comes up. Yeah, it's not.
no, it's gone. No, it's still there. It's still there.
Is it?
Yeah, it's still there. It's still there,
Hmm.
but nobody is popping up. Absolutely nobody on the stream team is popping up live right now. So,
Yeah,
yeah. But
that's interesting.
yeah, with all the people there. But yeah, I think some of them left, but it is what it is. So it's interesting. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. What are your let's talk about this before we end it, which is stream teams. I mean, obviously it's a great way to network, it's a great way to collaborate with other people, but I mean, what are your thoughts when it comes down to it,
Yeah, stream teams only work when you have proper management,
Mhm.
hands
Mhm.
down.
Right,
You can't
right.
just build a stream team and then just let it do whatever it does. It won't do anything. You have to have
Mhm.
proper management. Like a very perfect example of this, the flagship.
Mhm.
If Smashly wasn't running that stream team,
Mhm.
it wouldn't be as successful as it is. She literally just came back from vacation, and
Mhm.
the stream team stopped when she went on vacation. Like
Mhm.
Mike the Bar, DJ Knight, the
Mhm.
Hunter Wild, all of them.
Mhm.
Daniel the Demon, they just kind of like
Mhm.
didn't really do anything with the stream team. And then as soon as she
Mhm.
comes back, they're like, "Oh, you're back! Now we can do stream team stuff now."
Mhm. Yeah.
I'm like, "Wow!"
Yeah.
And I think DJ Knight is probably the biggest streamer on their stream team.
DJ
I'm
Knight
pretty sure of it.
is definitely one of
I'm
the
pretty sure he's the
biggest.
biggest streamer on their stream team.
He's definitely the biggest, I
But,
think. Mike DeBard comes pretty close second besides Smashley, I think.
mm,
But, but yeah.
but if Smashley wasn't there running that team
Mhm.
would fall apart, hands down.
Mhm. Right, right.
So it just every failing team I've
Mhm.
seen and every team I've seen doing well. The thing that
Mhm.
separates them is the management, the person managing that team. Um,
Mhm.
I wouldn't even, yeah, I wouldn't say forcing. I think forcing the wrong word, but pushing collab content. Um,
Mhm.
freaking what do they call it? Flagship Friday is one of my favorite things to watch. It's
Yeah.
God, it's hilarious.
Mhm.
and
Mhm.
and like each streamer still does their own thing though. Like they all have their own schedules, but there's set times where it's
Mhm.
stream team specific collab or group things. They have stream team meetings, you know,
Mhm.
all
Right,
this
right.
stuff, and they're so um
Mhm.
for me, for the stream teams that I know of, they're the most successful that I know of.
Mhm.
Obviously, there's probably someone bigger that has a bigger stream team with bigger streamers. How
Right.
successful they are as a stream team, I don't know. But
Mhm.
the
Yeah.
flagship is like a very
Mhm.
good example of what a stream team should be.
Mhm. Right. Right. I can understand that. I get that. Well, I mean, I think that's been interesting. It's been interesting thought wise. It's been something to, of course, consider. And I mean, I don't know. I mean, I really hope that at least at some point we do get to a point where I don't know. I think one thing about like stream teams, and this goes with any stream team, is I think it's good to have a stream team. I wouldn't say that's small, but at least really works to you know keep everyone together and it's managed well because like I think Burke Black created the late shift, maybe I'm not sure. I don't
Mhm.
remember who created the late shift, but teams like that, they're small enough, but they seem fairly well managed, at least
Yeah.
because of the way that it's been worked. I guess you could say that at the very
Yeah,
least.
and they're selective. They don't just let
Mm-hmm.
anyone in. You can't just
Yeah.
apply and you get in. You have to meet
Mm-hmm.
criteria, which
Mm-hmm.
some people, well, that's very elitist. I'm like, no, that's a good business sense.
Mm-hmm.
Um, you
Mm-hmm.
you you're only as strong as your weakest link, and if
Mm-hmm.
you have a really really weak link, then it's like, well, shit.
Uh-huh.
They put a streamer on there, and it's not even
Mm-hmm.
necessarily the size; it's how entertaining you are. So
Mm-hmm.
if you want to be a part of, say, the flagship,
Mm-hmm.
they all have to like you.
Mm-hmm.
Not as a person, they have to like your stream. Like,
Mm-hmm.
you might not necessarily be a partner yet, but you have to have a decent following. People
Mm-hmm.
have to like your
Mm-hmm.
stream, and they have to like your stream. You could be a huge
Mm-hmm.
streamer, and the flagship members, the head of the
Mm-hmm.
flagship doesn't like you. You're not going to
Mm-hmm.
be on a stream team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah,
So,
yeah.
oh my god, I forget. I
Mm-hmm.
gotta ask Smash. I can't remember. There was a bigger stream that I tried to get in on the flagship, and
Mm-hmm.
Smash and DJ, they all said no because they're like, yeah, we don't want your type of
Mm-hmm.
your type of streamer style. It be
Mm-hmm.
synonymous with our streamer
Mm-hmm.
team, our stream team. So I was just like,
Mm-hmm.
wow. I
Mm-hmm.
like, God, I can't remember who it was.
Mm-hmm.
And he was definitely a decent sized stream. He was like, I think he was averaging like 1,500 concurrent viewers at the time, when
Mm-hmm.
Smash was just like, nope.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Oh man.
yeah. But
So yeah, it goes to show it's not just how successful you are. Is does the head of the stream team like your content, or does it fit
mm,
their uh their persona, is what they're trying to do.
mm. I mean, in my opinion, and this is my honest opinion when it comes to stream teams, a stream team is basically an extension of not only their brand but your brand in a sense, because
Hmm.
you're mixing together and you have to really at least work well, I would say, together.
Yeah.
But that's my interpretation of what a stream team pretty much represents. Is it's an extension of not only their brand, but it's also an extension of your brand in many
Yeah.
ways.
It's kind of funny how I ended up on Twitch Stars, because it was
Mm-hmm.
originally the Sovereignty Stream Team, and
Mm-hmm.
then
Mm-hmm.
Neon Dan took the Stream Team and made it Twitch Stars, and
Mm-hmm.
then he left the Sovereignty, and then he took the
Mm-hmm.
Stream Team with him, and then the new Sovereignty Stream Team got made.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's funny because I'm not, I'm actually not on the Sovereignty Stream Team.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not actually
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
on it.
Yeah.
I'm one of the oldest Sovereignty members ever. Like,
Uh-huh. Yeah.
like
Yeah.
I'm from the very beginning. I'm not on the Sovereignty Street team. I always thought it was
Mm-hmm.
funny, but it doesn't bother me any.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Mm-hmm.
they have requirements too, and it didn't match my schedule at the time. It
Mm-hmm.
didn't match my schedule. I couldn't go to the meetings and be
Mm-hmm.
present in team speak when they needed me to, because I had to work all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
it doesn't bother me. I have my situation.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
And it's crazy, man. You like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's another stream team that's ran pretty well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I
I don't
mean,
know if they're
it's
entertaining.
ran pretty well, but the thing is, and this is something that I've noticed being in the Sovereignty Discord a lot, is it definitely is kind of like, I don't know what's going on with the new management, but with DJ kind of only being a kind of shadow of the game of the team, it kind of feels like the team doesn't really know which way they're exactly going at the moment. You know what I mean?
Mm,
And that's just like the thought process, because I've noticed that the Sovereignty, it I'm not saying that they're falling apart, but it definitely does show that there are some cracks without DJ kind of
oh,
kind of
definitely.
throwing it
Yeah, it's
throwing it out there.
yeah, as much as the us as a sovereignty, we poke fun at DJ. That
Mm-hmm.
guy was the backbone of the sovereignty.
Mm-hmm.
He
Yeah.
was the freaking lore master that was behind the
Mm-hmm.
fictional head of the sovereignty being the Elite Dangerous lore and all that stuff. He
Mm-hmm.
helped create that character.
Mm-hmm.
Him pushing all the charity events. It was
Mm-hmm.
him. What was that? Project, was it 168, 148, 168? I think Project 168.
Yeah.
Like him and freaking Neon Dan started that together.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
like all this stuff that's noteworthy of the sovereignty was
Mm-hmm.
DJ
Mm-hmm.
in large part.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then like he had some, he found some people in the community that could do certain things. Like
Mm-hmm.
there's the Maeve video.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I can still find that, of the fictitious character. I forget who made it. Like
Mm-hmm.
actually made a 3D render of her and
Mm-hmm.
how she looks and the scar and everything and the
Mm-hmm.
DJ's lore and all that
Yeah.
stuff. But like I said, 90% DJ. So if
Mm-hmm.
DJ is taking a back seat for whatever reason,
Mm-hmm.
I'm worried. I'm worried for the group.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because the last sovereignty post at this point was September 21st, and it was a retweet. September 20th was like July, was like September 21st, 2019, which was from the sovereignty stream team. And that was the last thing from the sovereignty, from the actual at sovereignty post, Twitter. As far as the sovereignty stream team, or the SOV stream team tweets go, the last post was December 4th, 2019, and it was just a retweet from one of their members, SW Free TP34. I'm not
Yeah,
sure. Mm,
that doesn't ring a bell at all.
yeah, I'm not sure who that was at all. I'm guessing he was one of the sovereignty stream team members, but that was the last post. Other than that, it seems like the Twitter is inactive, and it hasn't been active for at least since 2019 of December 4th. So, yeah.
That sounds to me that has already fell apart.
Yeah.
They're not active.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that was the last
If they're
active
not, if they're
post.
not on, if they're not on Discord, maybe try to TeamSpeak if anything. If they're still on
Mm-hmm.
TeamSpeak talking, then yeah. But if they're not on TeamSpeak anymore either,
Mm-hmm. I'm not even
I'm
sure
ready to
because
stay.
I don't have TeamSpeak. I don't have TeamSpeak, so I'm not entirely sure. you
Yeah.
know. But yeah, it's very interesting, and it's like I would love to have the sovereignty pick back up speed, but I'm not entirely sure if they have the management or the people out there right now really willing to throw it out
That's
there. You know what I mean?
like they had some clout on Twitch too, man. I just remember
Mm-hmm.
the heyday. It's like, okay, you're next to become partner, and that person's like
Mm-hmm.
partner
Mm-hmm.
in a couple months.
Mm-hmm.
It was
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like, all right, you're gonna be the next push for partner, and they make that
Mm-hmm.
person partner. Or you're the next push for partner, you make that person partner. It was
Mm-hmm.
wild.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, they
Yeah.
just picking. It's like, okay, you're gonna make partner next.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You-
And
to have that kind of clout on
mm,
Twitch is utterly insane.
yeah, I remember that. And I remember you talking about that, and especially like when I first started, which was what 2017, 2018. Uh, Back then, I mean, DJ was really he really backboned it out there, and I don't know. I think the last person, and my memory could be wrong. The last person who I think they really pushed to become partner was Thunderdork.
Mm-hmm.
Was Thunderdork. I think he was the last person because since then I've never seen anybody, I don't think I've seen anybody from the sovereignty who's still part of the sovereignty, be have that kind of a push, that kind of an output, you know what I mean?
It's crazy, man. Like
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they had their arguments.
Mm-hmm.
I've been in the TeamSpeak when they're arguing and things like that.
Mm-hmm. Mhm.
I certain views don't match, and I was always like, I'm like, y'all seem to
Mhm.
forget this isn't a democracy, and I'm like, this is DJ's group.
Mhm.
I'm like, if y'all don't like the direction DJ's going,
Mhm.
you can go somewhere else. And
Mhm.
it was weird because DJ didn't want
Mhm.
to say it, and so people had to say it for him.
Mhm.
Like,
Mhm.
listen, this is not how this works. This isn't a democracy. This isn't, you know,
Mhm.
this was a
Yeah.
decision made by founding members. This is the direction that Sabri was going in.
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
if you can't get on board, then get the hell out.
Mhm.
And people
Yeah.
took offense to that. I'm like, but that's the way things are. And I'm like, if you're not on board with the group that you're in, why would you want to stay in that group?
Mhm.
That makes
Mhm.
no sense.
Yeah,
Like, why
yeah.
would you do that to yourself?
Mhm. And I
I mean,
remember
and
that. Mhm.
don't get me wrong.
Mhm.
Like the one guy that said like DJ's flat out like we're not going to run this like a military, and then that
Mhm.
dude turned around, made his own group, and started
Mhm.
attacking the sovereignty in game, and that
Mhm.
took like months and months to
Mhm.
clean out the damage that him and his group was able to do to our in
Mhm.
game
Mhm.
faction. So
Mhm.
it was frustrating when it happened, but I look back on it now, I'm like that was
Mhm.
so cool.
Mhm. And I think it's that whole reminder of I think this was back in 2018, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, but remember that one guy from the whole sovereignty talking about how he just didn't agree, and then he came to the breakfast, and it was like that whole
Oh
conundrum
yeah,
thing.
what was that dude's name?
I forgot. I completely forgot, but you
What was it?
remember
He was
that.
at Dave and Buster's, right?
Yeah, yeah, that
Or
was Dave
something
and
like that.
Buster's. That was at Dave and Buster's,
And
and
we're sitting at the bar, and he's like,
mm,
I have higher congruent viewers than
mm-hmm,
DJ and this, that, and the other." I remember
yeah,
that clown.
yeah,
And then the breakfast the next day, he's like, "Oh
yeah,
hey, dude," best friends. When I just kind of
mm-hmm,
looked at him sideways, like, "Really, dude?"
yeah, yeah,
I'm like,
and
"Okay."
I mean that whole conundrum thing. It was like, I could totally tell you he didn't agree with what DJ was doing, but at the same time, why were you still there at the next day if you just don't agree with that whole conundrum
Because
thing?
he just wanted the benefits. He wanted the
Mm-hmm.
benefits that DJ could provide for his channel to help
Mm-hmm.
him get partner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because DJ Stream may not be big, but that
Mm-hmm.
guy has connections all over the
Mm-hmm.
place.
Yeah.
Frontier devs,
Mm-hmm.
the Twitch admins,
Mm-hmm.
freaking
Yeah.
what did it go? The special effect organization,
Mm-hmm.
um,
Yeah.
Step Up organization. He has
Mm-hmm.
connections to a lot of places that can
Mm-hmm.
really help the streamers succeed,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and they are more than willing to help out whichever way DJ points them in, because just the
Mm-hmm.
amount of funds he's raised for different communities,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
insight he's given to Twitch,
Mm-hmm.
um,
Yeah.
the lore and flushing out the lore for
Mm-hmm.
frontier devs so they didn't completely have to do it themselves. Because
Mm-hmm.
here's the funny thing about lore and Elite Dangerous, a lot of that stuff didn't come from Frontier.
Mm-hmm.
It was fan made, books. They took
Mm-hmm.
lore from Frontier characters and
Mm-hmm.
hashed out a story between characters
Mm-hmm.
that made sense to what was going on in the background sim of Elite Dangerous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
So it became lore. And
Mm-hmm.
DJ was very, 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 very good at tracking at all those books,
Mm-hmm.
all that stuff was very good at tracking that, putting it all together. And
Mm-hmm.
he basically handed Frontier devs their complete lore flushed out with all the books at the time, added
Mm-hmm.
in for canon. It's like, hey,
Yeah.
here's your universe on a fucking silver platter. I did it
Mm-hmm.
for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
wild, dude. You know how much
Yeah.
clout that gives you with a company like that?
Mm-hmm. I know.
Like you just put our entire story together for us,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and and oh god, it was crazy. I
Mm-hmm.
thought it was nuts when it happened.
Yeah.
Like I remember the guy showed up on one of his lore streams. He goes, "Thank you, man, because you made my life so much easier trying to keep all these stories straight." What's
Yeah.
going on?
Yeah.
And the stories with the power play and how
Mm-hmm.
some of these the book things that happen in the book actually can affect the power play and how it's going right now. And I
Mhm.
remember the 1 week, the power play update, the whole power play landscape shifted all of a sudden. People that were like high up on the power play list actually fell closer to the bottom because things that
Mhm.
happen in books.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was just like, wow, dude, that's crazy. I love it.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say the same thing goes with me. Like right now, you know, I've been kind of comprehending the lore of Cyberpunk, and I've been trying to figure out, like, okay, let's try put down the pieces together because, you know, like many people don't notice. And I was young back then, like super young. You know, I got into a little bit of Cyberpunk, and I really bopped into it. And you know, I've already started connecting some of the pieces. Like, for instance, Spider Murphy, who's the character that appears in Cyberpunk.
Yeah.
She appeared in 2020. She was also in Cyberpunk 2020 as a character. And it's crazy to think that they really kind of started connecting the lore together. And I want to do more of that when I can. Heck, I might even do that eventually as part of the live stream just so people can understand the lore and get things going. But, you know, obviously it's a lot of work and it's a lot of things to read up on, you know.
So is Spider in 2070 actually the year 2077? Because I only seen her in 2023 with the Silverhand story.
Spider
Like
Murphy,
is she with
Spider
Rogue?
Murphy, she was originally appearing in Cyberpunk 2020, and I think somewhere down the line, maybe she either met Rogue or she met Johnny Silverhand at some point.
Yeah.
And during the final heist, Johnny hired Rogue, Spider Murphy, and a few others to
Yeah.
pull off the
Yeah.
Ahsoka
So like,
heist.
she's in like the 2023 flashback.
Yes,
And
yes.
I was like, because when I finally met Rogue in like 2077, I was actually looking for her. I was like running
Yeah.
around the afterlife, like, where's Spider? Is she here?
Mhm.
Because I thought she
Yeah.
was a cool ass character. I loved her.
Yeah, I'm going to try to find out more about Spider Murphy as I can. I'm going to try to figure out what happened to her. And hopefully by the time I complete the game, I'll either know what happened to her or maybe I'll try to sum up what happened, you know, and figure out what it, you know, try to give my interpretation of what happened to Spider Murphy because, you know, obviously she only appears in Johnny's flashback, and for the most people that's all they know about Spider Murphy. They don't even realize that she was around during 2020, so, you know. So yeah. But anyway, I think we'll talk more about this maybe later on, and maybe we'll go back into this you know, on the 3rd or the 9th, should I say? Sorry, the 9th. Yeah, that would be January 9th because, you know, as you said, 26th, you're going to be busy with Christmas stuff, and obviously the 2nd is going to be your brother's birthday, so yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, but I mean, you know, with that being said, it's been fun, it's been awesome. You know, I'm not sure what you're going to do after this, but you know, I think we'll just, you know.
I might watch Dr. Glucose. He's playing Phase Phobia.
Oh yeah.
Phobia.
Yeah, yeah.
And I see, oh my god, I see someone pop up my recommended list.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I have no idea why she popped up my recommended list, but I thought she got fucking banned. Freaking Pink Sparkles is live right now, apparently, on Twitch. I could have sworn that girl got banned.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
She was one of the individuals that what's the term? Twitch thought? that Twitch was trying to get rid of for their thottery. I didn't know she still had a channel. That's kind of funny.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, like I said, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for being part of it, and I think we'll just end it here. But you know, thank you everyone for joining. Thank you for being here, and yeah, we're going to go over to, I think, my friend Fat Finger Streamcast. I'm going to hang out with him. He's currently doing Call of Duty Black Ops, I think, Cold War. But yeah, it's been fun. And yeah, I'll see you all later. And I'll see we'll meet up again, I guess, you know, on the 9th, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next year, 2021. Yep. Woo! Be a better year than 2020.
Hopefully, but yeah. All right. Yeah. But I'll be back.
See y'all later.
Yeah. See ya.
Bye, everybody.